We live. We are ready. Here we are on day 148, getting ready for the afternoon session of the YSL trial. A little bit of a slow start this morning in the trial. We were on lead side. We did the morning session over there. And thank you guys so much if you're joining me after that, because, given his circumstances, there might be times where we might need to do a switch, just given, hey, 8-hour streams are really hard to do, especially if you are not feeling well, things of the like. So we're over here on my side, gonna take the second shift. Shout out to me. And we're gonna get started over here. So we will pick up where we left off. And this morning, we didn't really see much happen in the courtroom. It started with jurors being late. We dealt with some procedural arguments. We saw an argument on whether or not Detective Dennis's testimony was going to be stricken, and the judge chose that she is not going to undo her ruling. So it's done, and Simone Hilton is scheduled to continue with the new detective that they have as a stand-in, as a replacement. Okay, so without further delay, guys, we're going to get started and pick up where we left off. They did have a ton of delays this morning. The jury was not fully there when we left at 11:30 a.m. But it looks like they are now in and accounted for. That being said, let's jump on over to the stream here. We've got a little bit of TiVo time. Y'all want to rush me? Now we go. Not a lot.
Can we get the state in, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Reminder,
right, I assume we're
hit the
going to be
like
picking
button.
up with Detective Underwood. Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and get her on the stand, we're going to get the jury out. Unless, let me ask, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we get the jury out and start with testimony again?
Thanks, Talisha.
Nope. All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
their audio is bad today.
Detective Underwood.
Let me see if I can boost it slightly. There we go. A little bit of an audio boost.
And we can be getting the jury out as well. All right, the jury's going to be coming out also. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't write it. You know what? It's probably on this witness.
That's right. Y'all could type TLA in the chat. That'd be fantastic. While we're waiting, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Yeah, no, he went out to get her.
All right, detective is here.
Sorry to keep you waiting around.
Tell him, Tess. Tell him. He's okay, D. He just needs the afternoon off, the rest. That's all. Thanks for asking. Thank you guys for typing TLA in the chat. We support him. Thank you so much for gifting memberships, Pamela. Happy anniversary, work anniversaries for Pam. You received a membership from Pam. Tell her thank you. And again, thank you guys for typing TLA in the chat.
All right, thank you. Everybody can be seated, and we're picking up with Detective Underwood's testimony.
Good afternoon, Detective Underwood. How are you today?
Good.
All right. Soon as Ms. Knight gets set up, we're going to start with some defense exhibits that I want you to look at. Let me ask you this while we're trying to do this.
Use the mic, Simone. Come on, lady.
Last week, you said that that some of the violence died down in about March of 2015.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit, Mr. Williams, number 19. Do you see what the cover of that says?
Rodeo tour,
And what's the year?
2015.
And I'm going to flip to, I believe, page 3 of that exhibit. What does that say?
Tour schedule.
All right. And can you tell Judge roughly when did that tour begin?
Look like Saturday, February 28th, 2015.
And when did it end?
Maybe it's the last date on this page is April the 3rd, 2015.
And prior to today, had you heard of this tour?
No.
Do you know Mr. Williams was featured on this tour?
I don't know. It just says rodeo tours, but
We already starting off hot. What Simone is trying to indicate with this line of questioning is that you guys remember that all the guys after Nutt's murder went down to Miami. What Simone is trying to indicate with this line of questioning, she did it a little bit with the other detective the other day. She was trying to allude that they went down to Miami to hide from the gang war that was happening on the streets. I mean, especially after Nutt's murder. However, she's asking her about the tour schedule. Why? She's asking her about the tour schedule because she's trying to see if Young Thug had a reason to be in Miami on those dates. So you can see how they're already trying to, as soon as the jury comes in, look for RICO, paint the picture of RICO, paint the masterpiece of RICO, concoct RICO. It is happening, and huge shout out to Chi-Town Carrie, who gifted 5 AV memberships. Members, guess what? You have objection icons. Use them. They've been resized. Enjoy. Let's go right back on in, and just wanted to explain what this line of questioning was. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Friendly reminder to do so. If you can on your way in, that'd be fantastic. Let's jump back on in.
I don't know who. It don't say who was featured.
I want you to go back to that tour date page.
Okay.
Do you see a stop on that tour for Houston, Texas?
Yes, March 23rd, 2015, Houston, Texas.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 418Y. When you look at State's Exhibit 418Y, do you see the caption on that picture?
Yes.
What is the caption on that picture?
We in Houston with this S word.
Okay. And are there emojis next to it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell what those emojis are?
Snake emojis.
All right. And what's the date and time of this post?
9:43 p.m., 3/22, 2015.
Okay. And in looking at that post, are you able to identify any of the individuals in that post?
Yes.
Okay. If you can. Permission for witness to step down?
Yeah.
And using this, the model board, you can just tell the jurors.
There should be a pointer somewhere and a laser
Oh,
pointer.
I got it.
How about a microphone? Can we get a mic?
Just who you are able to identify that.
Shannon, Demikion, OG Bentley, Tick, Young Thug, Demise, Moontoon,
Antonio Sledge, aka Mutu. I'm not sure which
Unidentified Woman.
one of Williams' sisters. I don't know.
Okay, one of Thug's sisters.
I don't know who that is.
That looks like Woody.
Okay, thank you. And did you say that the tour made a stop in Houston around that date?
Yes.
So based on this picture and the tour dates, is it fair to say that at least for this date in March, some people associated with YSL was in Houston, Texas?
Yes.
Now I want to go to what's been marked as defense, I think Williams 220. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through defense exhibits 220A through XX. And as we scroll down, I want you to tell me the dates that are in January. And as you're looking at the dates here, and you can slow down a little. As you're looking at the dates, are these dates, let me know first, do they appear to be in chronological order?
I can't tell. My screen
Is
is
there
not.
a paper copy of this exhibit?
Right.
Would it be easier to let the witness look at the paper copy?
What,
Unless I can make my screen a little bigger because it's kind of minimized.
and as I'm looking for the paper copy, if it's easier to turn around, look at the bigger screen to see if you can see the date on the bigger screen.
I mean, I can see the date on here. It's just the actual window is not as big, I guess.
That's as big as it is on anybody's.
Looks like a tour flyer.
Is that yeah, that one. Needs to be big.
But are you able to see the dates on the flyers?
I can.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling until I can find the paper copy.
Okay.
Coliseum. Look at that.
They appear to be in chronological order.
These are his tour flyers. They went and dug all this up. They went and dug all his flyers up to show where he was on all of these dates. September 27th, September 29th. What else you got, Simone? October 3rd. I can't see the date on this one. October 11th.
It's fine, Ms. Hilton. Y'all sorted out the issue with her
Yeah,
not
I can.
being able
I
to
can,
see.
I can see the dates on the flyers. It's just kind of smaller than what it probably should be.
October 18th. October 23rd. Rich Gang. Shout out to Quan. October 24th. Are we really tracking Thug's movements? Where's RICO? October 24th. October 26th. This man had no time to commit these crimes. This is proof. Oh, if I was Steele. Ooh. Yeah, go ahead. Show all this. Ooh, when Steele comes up on cross, November 14th, November 24th.
Are
First,
these flyers now in the month of November?
Yes.
November 27th. Oh my God, if I was Steele, I could not. I would be waiting to cross. November 29th.
And now these
December
flyers
15th.
starting in December.
Yes.
When did he have time to be in these streets? December 7th. Oh yeah, keep it coming, Simone. Keep it coming. December 7th. December 13th. December 18th. Shout out to Mari who thinks I'm not being objective. Let's keep going. December 19th. He was working. When?
Are we now in January?
We are in January.
January 18th. So she's trying to show the gap.
Is this the first one in January?
Yes.
What's the date of this post?
January 18th, 2015.
And sorry, going back to this post, where is this show located? Supposed to be performed?
Like I said, Tampa, Florida. At the bottom, maybe.
Is this another one in January?
Yes.
Read it.
January 21st.
And is that in 2015?
Yes.
Where is this supposed to be performance?
She moved it up a little like Santa Ana, California.
February.
Are we still in January?
We're in February now.
Okay.
on this.
And I just want to keep scrolling down, see if we see anything else for January.
No, it's still February.
Now, I asked you earlier about the rodeo tour, remember?
You did.
Do you see Defense Exhibit 220 KK?
Can she roll it up just a little? Maybe? Okay.
And remember earlier I asked you who was on that tour?
Okay.
Who's on that tour, that rodeo tour?
Travis Scott and Young Thug.
And that's the same tour that's in the book that we just referenced a few moments ago?
Yes.
And where the group was in Houston, or where the tour stopped in Houston in March of 2015?
Yes.
Now, are we in March?
Yes.
Okay. Are we now in April?
Yes.
Full Drinking and Half Thinking is gifting 20 memberships. Look at that. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. We have moved. We're over here on my side. Mari thinks I'm being not objectionable, whatever she said. I mean, wow, Mari, I'm over here holding it down, and that's the love I get. It's all good, though. It's all good. Can't have fun anymore. But thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking, for gifting memberships. If you received one, please say thank you. Friendly reminder to hit the like button on your way in. It helps get this out to more people. We did have a last-minute scheduling change, and we are catching up with the algorithm. I am seeing what's going on Thugger Daily. We have a really Actually, this looks like it's going to be really good testimony. So you're going to want to stay locked in over here. And thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. You've received a membership from Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Please say thank you.
And are we now in June?
Yes.
And is that the 220XX, is that the last of the exhibit?
Yes.
Were the only two January flyers, January 18th and January 21st, 2015?
I think so.
Okay.
It wasn't very many January.
All right. Did you see any flyers for January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Did you see any flyers in Miami for the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Have you ever been to Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
Have you been to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Do you know about how far the distance is between Miami and Tampa?
I haven't driven them. I know from Georgia, where my house south of Atlanta, it was like 10 hours when we drove to Miami, but I have driven to Tampa. It was like 6 hours.
Okay. So from Atlanta to Tampa was 6, from Atlanta to Miami was 10.
Right.
Now, in 2015, immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas, were there social media posts that appeared to threaten members of YSL?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the type of posts those types of posts?
Sustained is the best evidence.
Have you seen pictures of those types of posts?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee. Do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
I recognize it because back during the operation planners investigation, we actually had a war room at APD.
See the terminology?
Steele's on top of her.
Don't take anything from the fact that they called it a war room.
It's like it was like our meeting room.
I understand.
And we put all our pictures on the wall involving the operation planners investigation. So we would collect social media posts and we would put them all that was related to the actual investigation on the wall. So we had this particular one on our wall.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the one of the posts that you had on your wall?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I say what I intend to say, Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object under foundation and authenticity. Just because it's put on a wall does not mean where it was posted or found.
All right, sustained, but you may establish a foundation if you can.
Where were these posts?
On social media.
Okay. And was there a particular name or social media account that were posting these type of threatening posts?
Yes, it was named.
Sustained.
We're looking at that refresher memory as to what the name of the post was. Just look at it. If it refreshes your memory, look up when you finish.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The name of the actual account was Death to the State N-words.
And were there multiple posts on that website that you all gathered back in 2015 from,
Yes.
from that website? And is that one of those posts?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my objection, which was the same as Mr. Steele's, regarding the authenticity and foundation behind these posts.
Okay, overruled at this
and-
point. Go ahead.
My objection is we're talking about the collective, we did this, we did that, and I don't believe that this witness was is the proper foundation for these posts. I don't believe this
Johnson.
witness collected them.
They didn't. The judge's ruling.
Did y'all work together as a team to collect or view social media in order to assist with your investigation in this case?
Yes, we work as a collaborative group between Atlanta PD Gang Unit and ATF.
And as a part of this, is this one of the posts that you saw on social media at the time in which you all were investigating Operation Planters?
Yes,
And was this pulled from the site that you saw on social media?
yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Welcome, Nene, our favorite Aussie.
And what was the nature of what the post would say? So not specifically, but what was the nature of the post when you all were pulling? And let me answer back. What made this of interest to the Atlanta Police Department?
I'll object to that phraseology. First, it would be hearsay, and then talking for other people. I will object.
Sustained.
What was the nature of the post?
The nature,
Overruled.
actually, there were threats coming in right after Donovan Thomas's murder from this particular social media site, and it was towards only members of YSL. So it was significant for that reason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Latanya.
Now, after 2015, did you all continue to look at social media even after 2015?
Yes,
Specifically, I want to direct you to 2019. Did you have the occasion to look at a post of an individual standing on a car?
yes.
Shout out to ZZXXZZ. Good to see you on my side.
You may approach the witness.
Welcome, welcome.
I'm going to show you what's the market Stacey did a 3TT. Without telling me what is contained in the picture, is that a picture that you've seen previously?
Yes,
And where did you first see this picture?
on social media.
And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the authentication and foundation of this photograph. I don't think that this detective has the personal knowledge of who took the photo, who posted it. Whoever posted the photo should be the one laying the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And specifically talking about the picture itself, what was of significance, without saying what's in the picture, what was of significance of the picture itself?
Significance was disrespect from one gang to another.
Okay. And
This is the Yak Gotti picture.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that response and ask it to be struck. That is beyond 24-7-704B. Talks about the significance of somebody's state of mind.
Sustained.
as a gang investigator, what was of note in that exhibit?
It was a individual standing on a vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, who did it belong to?
Objection, also speculation.
If it's within her knowledge, don't speculate.
It was Rayshawn Bennett's vehicle, YFN Lucci.
Okay. And the person on the vehicle, were they a member of, okay, were they
Why?
associated with a rival gang of YFN Lucci's?
Yes.
And
Objection, Your Honor. There's been no foundation laid for how this detective has knowledge about someone's.
Actually, yeah, there has. Overruled.
Okay, the picture
And-
coming in.
it was that of note when you all first saw this picture back when you first saw it?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to admit Stacey Exhibit 3TT into evidence.
3 TT.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, it's admitted.
Here's the-
Permission to publish.
You may.
I'm hearing we're also going to have a dance party in a few minutes, guys. You excited? I am. There it is.
Now, looking at State Exhibit 3TT, is the car that you were just referencing this blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right.
A Maybach or is it a
And was it of note of the individual standing on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And again, was this posted on social media?
Yes, it was.
As a gang expert, is there some significance of a person associated with YSL standing on top of a vehicle with someone associated with YFN?
It is significant.
Your Honor, I'll object under 24-7-74D about the significance of somebody's mental.
All right, I don't understand it to be asking that question. Overruled.
What, if any, significance is that as a gang investigator when you see a post such as this?
Steele should have objected.
Show the,
Payback.
like I said earlier, the disrespect between, I felt like that this particular,
In your opinion,
in my opinion, this is a sign of,
Just a second.
okay.
Your Honor, it's also calling for her to have.
She's
yes,
been
it-
qualified as an expert,
I understand, but she's, just because she's an expert doesn't mean she knows someone else's mental state.
and she's not testifying to their mental state. Overruled. Go ahead.
Working as a gang investigator and dealing with different actual rivalries and, you know, the gang problems that we have had in the city. When we saw this particular post, we saw that it was like a gang member taking a shot at another gang member by standing on his vehicle outside of one of our malls here in Georgia,
and what mall was this?
Lennox.
Okay. Now, we've spoken about this term.
All right, guys, we talked about this on lead side, but I see somebody talking about it in the chat. I missed it, but I just saw somebody mention it. The court has had audio adjustments over the weekend. Now, their audio team, they were trying to fix it because I think the judge had complained about it on Thursday and also on Friday. So the audio team was there fixing things this weekend. Law and crime speed is a lot lower. So earlier today, Lead and I had explained this to you guys. What we have to do is my mic is on a natural setting. Sound engineer cleared the entire soundboard and balanced everything this morning. So when you're saying I am loud, it's because compared to the screen share, the law and crime feed is naturally low. I have a sound booster on my side. It is turned up to the max. So unfortunately, the sound levels are different. I'm going to take my notes and maybe interject towards, some quiet moments, and we'll go from there. But that is why you hear a sound level difference. We're going to go back to it. And I just wanted to give you guys that disclaimer for those people that are like, hey, is AV loud? Nope. Audio levels are normal on my side. They were normal on Lead side. But because Law and Crime made those adjustments, that's what you're seeing. Let's go back in.
Term gang culture. Can you just briefly explain to the jury, when we talk about gang culture, what, if anything, are we referencing when we talk about that term gang culture?
I think of gang culture as the behaviors, the actual gang showing their characteristics, may it be whether they're displaying their hand signs, their colors, their tattoos, and just their way of life as gang members.
Can music be a part of gang culture?
Yes.
How?
A lot of the gang members, especially here in Atlanta, uses music to express themselves. They kind of, talk about where they came from, how they came from it, things that they've done, their lifestyle in the music.
Do gang members sometimes use music to promote violence and fear of their gang?
Yes.
How?
Hypothetically, if gangs are beefing and even if they're local and they know that they listen to each other's music, they would take a shot. One gang would take a shot at another gang by saying disrespectful things or just letting them know that they are actually targeting them or talking to them through the words that they use.
Do gang members use music to promote allegiance to their gang?
They do.
How?
They brag about their gang. They glorify their gang. They glorify their gang members. They show the, like you said, alliances. It could be a blood gang that's, really, really friendly with a Crip gang here in Georgia, and they will actually shout them out in music.
Do gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
They do.
How?
They send messages, indirectly, maybe directly, just, they might say, I saw you at the club, or I jumped you at the club, and you are this gang, and they might call out that particular gang in the song, or they may not.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
I just want to note the waiver objection under 704B. I believe this is all versus mental state.
All right, I don't think that anything I've heard so far is in contravention of 704B. You may have a continuing objection.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
Yes.
And do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness? So sorry. Do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness with their fellow gang members?
They do.
In your experience, what genre of music do gang members use to promote their gang?
Just from my experience here and working here in Atlanta for over 30 years, I've only seen the gang members use rap music.
Does it always have to be rap music?
It don't always have to be, but that's what I've seen over my career.
As a gang investigator, do you focus on music and hope that it leads to an investigation? Or do you focus on the investigation and it may lead to music?
Sustained.
I'll ask first. As an investigator, do you focus on music?
No,
What do you focus on?
the crime at hand and the actual person that committed the crime.
And are there times in your investigation that music may become part of your investigation?
Yes,
How is that?
because if it's a particular person that was maybe a singer or a rapper or whatever that may have committed a crime, that us looking at the crime, me looking at the particular crime will kind of lead me back to the music portion, or if they're a rapper, or if they, like a lot of gang members here in Atlanta, they call themselves rappers, but they're like studio gangsters, or they just put music out on YouTube. Even if they're not as big as most rappers, we still pay attention to what they're saying, the drill music that's going on, and because a lot of time it does lead to violence.
And you said drill music. What is that?
Drill music is kind of something new where the rappers, they kind of talk about, they rap about violence, and they mostly target, the rival or the ops in that particular music. And it's really fast and really, they actually, like I said, talk about violence, talk about firearms, talking about drive-by shootings. And that's been popular here in Atlanta as of recent.
And as
Now, remember, this is why they were trying to qualify the last detective as an expert, right? Because now what we are seeing is we're seeing Simone go into the future. She was going to ask that detective these same questions, the same questions that are being asked on the stand. I'm letting you guys know because, people go to Law and Crime and then they come here and spoil it for us. There are going to be some lyrics and music that are being supported in this line of questioning. That's why I said we're going to have a dance party. But to say that one genre of music, especially in the Atlanta area, is connected to violence is like Come on. But let's keep going. Let's see where Simone goes with this, because it is an interesting line of questioning, but I just wanted you guys to understand what's happening. And that's why it was so pivotal that that last detective was qualified, or they were trying to qualify him as someone that can speak to music. Let's keep going.
As you're listening to the music, are you in your mind thinking about your investigation and whether or not there are particular words in the music that match your investigations?
It depends. Every investigation is different. So if we do listen to it just to see if we can get any kind of, I guess, maybe confessions. Sometimes it's confessions in music or any kind of thing that is said that relates back to our investigation.
Now, as an expert, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals. If you heard a gang member sing a country song about putting 100 rounds in a Tahoe, and that song comes out a year after a rival gang member was gunned down while standing near his Chevy Tahoe, and that Tahoe was hit multiple times with bullets, would you consider that song in furtherance of the gang that gunned down that rival gang member?
Sustained.
How's she going to answer this question? You going to ask again, Simone?
Would that be consistent with something that's in furtherance of the gang? Not if you say
Overruled.
Like I said, each case is different, but if a country artist did do that and that country artist was a gang member, then yes, we would look at that gang member furthering the gang in that particular song.
I can't.
what if a gang member had a calypso song where he said, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. And there was some information that members of that particular artist's gang shot at his rival gang member's mother's house. Would that be something that you would look at as being consistent with furthering the gang?
Overruled.
They're lighting her up, but the judge overruled that objection. Real quick, guys, you guys know this is one of my favorite people. The Chatterhood right now is being blessed by DC. And DC is giving you guys 50 memberships. Just became your stream sponsor. We're about to have a dance party, and DC is sponsoring today's dance party. Thank you so much, DC. Guys, if you're receiving a membership, please thank her. Members over here have access to members-only streams. We're thinking of making the Ashley stream a members-only stream. I got another attorney we're working on right now in the LawTube space that's going to come and chat with us about what you guys, the members, voted on over the weekend. What type of content do you want to see? Do you want to hear from more legal experts? And you guys said yes. If you are a member also, you get to participate in chat, not have to worry about getting locked out. The other thing that you can do is you have really cool objection icons that we just put together. Still need to work on it. You guys are like, it's still too small. But if you're in the chat, you can use the objection icons. Thank you so much, DC, y'all stream sponsor. I wanted to give her flowers because she did not have to do that. That was extremely thoughtful of her. And she's always doing it here. Huge supporter of me and the lead attorney. Thank you, DC. Let's go back on in, guys, because the dance party is about to get started.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, when you're listening to songs, if they come up in your investigation, will the entire song be disrespect or have words of cohesiveness, or would it be portions of the song? What has your experience been when you were listening to the music?
My experience is it's not the entire song. It might be a verse, or it might be just a line or a couple of words or a few words.
In preparation for your testimony, were you asked to review 3 songs in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 535 Y Alpha, 539 Y Alpha, and 537 Y Alpha. And tell me if you recognize those as the songs you were asked to listen to.
Yes.
First, starting with 535 Yankee Alpha.
It's probably one.
What is the name of that song?
Slime, S word,
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
Now looking at 537 Yankee Alpha, what's the name of that song?
We're about to listen to all of these songs. And real quick, before we get into our dance party, I really want to shout out Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Full of drinking and half tinking. Okay. We're about to go in with that, but they also just donated an additional 20 memberships on top of the first 20 memberships that they've done, joining Miss DC in stream sponsorhood. Thank you guys so much for all the love that you show me to the lead. It was great to see you, Trend, today. It's been fantastic. I love this community. We all just share with each other. We like to have fun. We cut up. We have a good time. So real quick, I know I have a ton of super chats to read. I just wanted to catch this one while it got in. Simone is going to qualify these songs as evidence, and then we will listen to them. So let's go.
Oh, excuse me, 539 Yankee Alpha.
539 is going to be Just How It Is,
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
And then looking at 537 Yankee Alpha.
It look like it says Juice WRLD, Bad Boy featuring Young Thug.
Look at CCXXCC dropping membership.
Right, this house state would like the tender
Hey,
and
thank
admit
you.
535
Frontline.
Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539
Right.
Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and
Dance party.
537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
What are Yankee? Because all she's testified to is the Yankee Alphas.
The actual song. So was 535 Yankee the song that you actually listened to prior to?
Yes.
Okay. For each, that's true for each of those.
Is 537 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
And 539 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
I just want to say what I the tender and admit. Stacey's Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
All right, those are admitted.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And permission to first publish 535 Yankee.
You may.
You ready, Dub? We about to dance, Dub. Thank you. Say thank you to Dub. my God. It was like we were at the club.
535 YA. When did this song come out? Or when was this song at least posted on YouTube?
March the 25th, 2016.
And as an investigator and an expert, were there any particular words of note to you as you listened to this song?
Yes.
What were those words of note?
The 100 rounds in the Tahoe,
And why was that of note to you?
because 2015, the year prior, we had investigated murder of Donovan Thomas where.
Hang on just a second. Yes, sir.
I'm going to check this point. This court, the trial court in this case, has previously ruled that.
Do we need to take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse y'all for a minute, please.
They might one and only, but they're going to mess with everyone. I mean, it's evidence. So if they do, I'll fight back. I've done it before. That happened one time where
I'm going to ask you to step out, please. Thank you.
a song in the courtroom was played before and I fought it. And if YouTube did something, like they ended up like agreeing with me for songs. Because it's not my fault. I mean, I'm having fun with it. I mean, but everybody's stream would get
So there's a previous order in this case bifurcating that any expert who would be on the stand in this case, who would also be providing factual testimony.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Splitting out the factual and the expert.
And so, yeah, and this witness is now, she's given expert opinions, which we've heard, but now she's testifying about factual information. And I think that's going to mislead and confuse the jury. And even if Your Honor doesn't believe so, there's a previous order that in this trial, we would have a bifurcation of those issues. So I'll object to her testifying about any factual information about what happened in 2015.
This is an attorney that works with Doug, guys.
I also want to raise an objection because the state has proffered this evidence as something that happened in 2016, when in fact, I think the state is misleading the jury because this particular song that they've now introduced to play the jury was actually recorded 2 years earlier in 2014, prior to any murder of Donovan.
All right. Well, you'll be able to cross-examine on that. Can you address the issue of the bifurcation?
Yes,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
not address the issue. I know that was the order. Address why this is or is not violating that requirement that the fact and expert testimony be bifurcated.
Your Honor, there is evidence already in about the shooting of Donovan Thomas. I believe as an expert, I could simply ask her, I can probably show her the evidence, the pictures of the evidence that we're discussing at this point to make sure that we don't violate her talking about her opinion as to why this song was significant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking through when we have a medical examiner who is an expert, who can talk about the facts of the autopsy and give their opinion as to the cause and manner of death, that this is similar in nature, that she as an expert can speak to specific facts and give her opinion as to why that particular fact is of significance in her opinion. And so that's what I'm trying to correlate it to, very similar to a cell phone expert who can talk about the facts that come out, but can give their opinion on certain information. I'm trying my best to correlate how we can do those two things, because I do think an expert can speak of facts and how those facts can form an opinion.
All right. So are we finished with the portion? Has this witness testified to all of the facts that she's going to testify to as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever you were about to elicit was
information that has already come out, but we're not.
right. I mean, you were getting an expert opinion on something?
Yes.
Okay.
If the state proffers that they're going to stick to asking about expert opinions, then I'll withdraw the objection certainly sounded like to me that she was asking about factual evidence about an incident in 2015.
Okay, but you're not establishing that fact through that witness. You're asking, why is this fact significant to you?
Oh, Keena.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Who said
I
that?
don't think that violates that bifurcation order. All right, let's get the jury back and the witness.
Okay, so as they do that, I'm just going to bring you guys over here. Someone was asking what a bifurcated trial is. Bifurcation really means that there are issues that need to be done in two separate trials, right? So basically, it means that the trial is conducted in two stages. A common division is to determine liability and guilt in the first stage of the trial, so in stage one, and then damages or penalties in stage two. You don't see it that often, but the example they give here is in criminal proceedings, the guilt or innocence of the defendant is determined in one stage and the penalty or insanity is determined in another. That's just an example. You could see it in personal injury cases. The issues of liability is in one stage of the trial, and then damages are also heard separately. What you heard from that particular attorney that is standing in for Doug Weinstein today, I believe that's somebody from the same office or the same team, they're representing Gotti. They were saying that what she was just speaking to, like with these lyrics and all of those things, maybe that should be in a second stage of the trial. And the judge ruled against that. She didn't think that it was necessary. This is important though, because like I said, guys, like you have to remember that Detective Dennis was supposed to be the person that was on the stand giving this testimony. So we have an unplanned secondary witness, different person from APD on the stand right now, talking about what operation planters look like. What did they do to actually lead up to an arrest and an indictment with all of these folks? So let's keep going. And they're bringing the jury back in. They had them out of the room so they can discuss that outside of their presence and the presence of the witness. Let's keep going. I am going to use a little bit of TiVo time here so they all come back in. And I believe there's more songs coming. There are more songs coming. So our dance party continues.
Rounds in a Tahoe
And why was that as an expert of note to you?
because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. When he was murdered, he was standing outside of his Tahoe.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted in 6 Exhibit 8Y. I'm going to also show you what's been admitted in 6 Exhibit 12Y, 27Y, 26Y, I'm sorry, 218Y, 174Y, 193Y, and 221Y. Is that the Tahoe that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that of note because of that particular wording in the song?
It was because it was actual crime that was committed with a murder happening, and the fact that it was a rival between the two. It was a rival between the YSL crew, the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood, and it was significant for us in our investigation.
And when you were talking earlier about sometimes gang members use music in order to let me make sure we get the language right. in order to send messages to rival gangs. Is this an example of that type of messaging?
It is.
704B.
Uh,
704B is my check.
Overruled.
Is
It
that-
is.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
Think part about killing 12.
And why was that of note?
Because the police is referred to as 12. And if you're, I guess, rapping, singing about killing somebody in law enforcement, that's not nice.
And let me ask you, this was in 2016. Were you aware of any incidents of YSL members alleged to have shot at police after 2016?
Christian Eppinger.
After 2016, yes, we had a police officer shot, a gang officer shot.
Objection, Your Honor, same objection I raised previously.
Sustained.
Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
If you can refresh my memory with a copy of the lyrics, maybe?
Right, Elaine? Wow. That is interesting. I want to see the date that that song was made available to the public.
I'll get you a copy because my copy has writing on it. My copy has writing on it, so we'll get you a copy. We'll go to the next song while we're getting you a copy. I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 539Y. Is that just how it is?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Man, I was hitting a shmoney just now. Make the snake testify.
When was this released on Mr. Williams' YouTube channel?
September 16th, 2019.
What, if anything, was of note to you in this song?
We killed the biggest kitten of all kitties.
And why was that of significance to you?
Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood family, Bloods. He was a high-ranking member, well-known, well-respected, I guess, among his gang.
I'll object to 704B.
Overruled.
Was there anything else of note to you in this song?
It was a part about I did the jacking and the robbing. Now I'm rapping.
Okay. And let me ask you specifically, in 2013, were you made aware of any robbery in which Mr. Williams was a person of interest?
Yes.
Did one of those involve an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Object to confrontation.
Yeah, we can approach.
Yeah, I think y'all might need to.
All right, so we're on song number 2 out of 3. We have TiVo time, so we're gonna skip all of that. It's TiVo time. We're gonna skip it here. And I'm hearing Steele's up for cross, so it's
All right, go
going to
ahead, Ms.
be
Sullivan.
a great afternoon. Hit the like button
So
for
before we broke, we were talking about an incident May. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, a song was used as evidence. We're going to talk about the legal significance of that in a moment. But like, you're watching history, guys.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1AA. And you were speaking about brief. Do you know where this is or the location?
They're like Trussell Tree.
Okay. And are you aware of an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking earlier, based on your review of reports and information that you gathered as an expert, were you aware of a robbery of Archillian Bennett in May of 2013?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a police report involving Archillian Bennett,
Yes.
in which she alleges to have been robbed in 2013?
Object to what she said is the leading question and the facts together.
So I'm trying to narrow down the issue so we can get to
I can't wait.
the answer as an expert that she's reviewed and she's aware of
All right.
this.
So the jury will recall what the prior testimony was. Go ahead.
And as a part of that, are you aware who was a person of interest in that armed robbery?
Yes.
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 23AA. Are you familiar with the individuals in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the two individuals in that picture?
Look like Jeffrey Williams and DK, and his name's not coming to me right now, but his nickname is DK. He's a YSL member.
Okay. Does the name Walter Murphy sound familiar?
Walter Murphy, yes.
All right. Now I'm going to also
This
publish for you
We'll talk about it.
what has been marked as 170 or admitted, excuse me, as 175C alpha starting at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
Hey.
Jail phone call.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody?
You alright?
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to them niggas thought, though.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, I know how that nigga, man. Them nigga that got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man. I seen that shit, man.
Little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no reason, though.
That's why they started shooting that child.
Man, that nigga just start busting for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, boy. Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thor got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have fought Tug there.
Fuck that wall.
For a reason, though, man. They got to get this shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah.
Yeah,
Everything for a reason, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What
thing
they
I did. Sitting around goddamn last night, goddamn talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never goddamn do it like this. I never do this, man. Can't no
What they got you charged with, bro?
shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge, goddamn the aggravated assault. I ain't charged with none of that shit today. I could have gave AC nothing and been at home child, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought you did. I was going to tell the story. Don't tell me
I
that.
just know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out robbed, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life.
For sure. That what's up, nigga. Cause goddamn, I ain't see DK don't pull out on that boy. All they know is Red. That nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said, too.
For sure. They just let that nigga out, though.
Around, man.
They just let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti for Cleveland E, goddamn, up through the top of there, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartments, goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, boy, run me clean over.
That was goddamn, that was thorough, man.
Big Nick out.
Yeah.
They hit you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright though, ain't it, bro?
Oh my God. Okay. So for those of you guys that are like trying to interpret what's going on, it looks like the speaker on the phone is in jail, has been arrested, and has been charged with aggravated assault and a suspended license. He started the call with saying some incriminating things. Like, number one, he said DK shot at 12 for no reason. So meaning that DK shot at the police, right? And then he said that him and Thug got out of the car and ran. I don't know what he's talking about. And he also says they need to get shit off of his back anyway, right? So after that, he's also talking about how he got robbed, right? Like somebody robbed him and the police let that person go. So the path of his call is interesting, but I'm just trying to take notes and interpret for y'all here and there. Let's get back to that jail phone call, see how it ends.
Big ass knot on the back of my head.
That nigga escaped, bring the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you went up there trying to get the fucking call?
Yeah, what they told him, come bring him to the person who he let the car to.
No, he's my goddamn. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them folks are fucked up.
Yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you so much, nigga.
That shit,
alright, man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that vivid on news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
No, they just show you get in the police car.
Oh, shit, man. I made the news.
Well, that shit everywhere, man.
Hell.
Yeah.
Man, that was get out, man. Like I said, everybody have for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure,
I
bro.
don't know if do shit with nigga like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. That would make sense, man.
Like, I can't even think about this. I've been thinking about all that. Like, just told babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck, man, broke over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken Shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go on and get it, bro. I said the same thing.
Man,
You
when you see it, you gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back up to the Ken Shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken Shop right up by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them, I turn around, I'm following them, nigga. I follow them, nigga, all the way up there on some of them. So, okay, cool. Soon we see the tire, I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga done hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Wow. 12 goddamn bag, I turn around, bag up. Niggas trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate through Summerdale on the opposite side. Boom, he shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet car sprint clean through the window, boy, down the light like it went through my head, boy. I got my head and came out my face, boy.
Okay, now it's coming together. I'm trying to piece it together because he's talking about getting hit by the car. He had a broken collarbone, that the other car was really trash and he survived. He was surprised that the person survived it, surprised that he was on the news. And then he starts describing the event. I'm going to go back about 15 seconds so you guys can hear what he was talking about with the event. But with this event, DK was with him and started to shoot at the police. I think I understand the frustration now. But let's go back about 15 seconds just so we can hear that part again, because he starts describing what happened.
When you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go on and get it, bro. I said the same thing.
Man, when you see it, you
it.
gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken shop right there by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them, beam. I turn around, I'm following them nigga. I follow them nigga all the way up there on Summerdale. Okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Wow. 12 goddamn bag up, turn around, bag up. Niggas by that time now trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate through Summerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet car sprint clean through the window, boy, down the light like it went through my head, boy. I got my head and came out my face, boy. Bullet car clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cub, man.
Big Cub police shot.
12 shit. Big Cub, DK had to shoot that nigga. Cause 3 shots went off with the car. And we were jumping them hills and shit. So I was like, damn, boy. After we spray, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head and shoot me, boy, cause some nigga ran.
That nigga Thug say goddamn Big Fred jumped out the car, the police shot, they was still shooting.
Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cub for him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap my 22 at home and my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro.
Huh?
You got that $150 out my cup holder.
No, Thug say he had $150 to go buy the lean.
Nah, man.
With no money in the cup holder, bro.
Oh, my motherfucking money.
Yeah, they say he had the money to go buy the lean.
Nah, I think I had another $50, $40. He didn't even have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. So he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck goddamn come off 100. I told him, hell no, nigga goddamn go 50. You go 50.
Nah, Buck told me to you $100 pick.
No, they gave me nothing. I had a $50 of my own money. I had $350. They got $340, $5. I got to let Babe come down here and goddamn go to profit and get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a profit release form or a waiver form.
And we're going to stop it at 10:46. In 2013, and have you looked at, of course, of a armed robbery of an individual by the name of Derek Dotson?
Yes.
And who was a person, or who were some of the persons of interest in that particular case with the armed robbery of Derek Dotson?
Objection, Your Honor. Can object on the bifurcation issue.
This
Overruled.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. This is legal report.
Overruled.
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Have you heard of the name of Adrian Bean?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Frederick Prothrow?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Williams ever charged with either the two incidents we just referred to?
No.
No, he was, or no, you don't know?
No, he was never charged.
Okay.
Facts, Breezy.
Next, I want to go to 537 Yankee.
I'm not muting nothing. Sorry. I mean, we could risk one stream, but I had fun with that. That was fun.
What is the date of the release of this song? Or at least when it was posted?
Said premiered January 15th, 2021.
And were there any particular words of note to you in this song?
Yes.
What was that?
I shot at his mommy. He no longer mentioned me.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as 1 triple DI.
Shout out to me.
Are you familiar with what that location is?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Zone 3.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That location was YFN Lucci's mother's residence during the time that she was a victim of 2 drive-by shootings.
And would it be of note, hypothetically speaking, if the drive-bys were purported to be by members of a particular gang whose gang member wrote a song or sang a song that says, "I shot at your mommy, now you no longer mention me"?
Yes, that would be significant.
Overruled.
Why would that be of note?
Because it actually happened. It was a real crime that happened where the rival's mama was shot.
Showing you,
You understand the bifurcation
Yes.
issue, so.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 4 DDI. And 5 DDI. 6 DDI.
I'm
8
hearing,
DDI.
real quick, pardon the interruption, guys. Just letting you know, I'm hearing that there is a motion for mistrial incoming. So just letting you know, we might want to start paying attention to this part.
11 DDI. And I want to also show you 1 GG. Is that the same location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 GG. Showing 6 GG. 14 GG. 17 GG. 20 GG. And 26 GG. Again, as an expert, what if there's a word such as "I shot at your mommy" and you no longer mention me, and you see particular evidence of that when you're doing your investigation? For you, in your opinion, what if anything, is being communicated?
Sustained.
Why is that of significance to you?
Because,
As an expert, why is that
I-
so
I
different?
don't know what the answer is going to be, but it is potentially going to be a 704B issue. So,
I'll move on, Your Honor.
all right.
You might be right, my.
Now, we spoke about the first song, Slime S, and you said you wanted to look at the lyrics to see if there was anything else of note to you. Permission to approach around?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535 YB. Would that help refresh your memory to look at those words?
mhm. You ready for me to answer?
Yes, I'm fine.
Just looking at the words, as far as significant, for gang or furtherance of gangs, the part about the neighborhood
Hold on.
sixties.
Consistent with being, just what is of note to you without talking about whether or not
Just,
that's
just
further?
lyrics about, neighborhood sixties and troop and
W-
stuff like that.
What is the significance of troop?
Troop was a, NH60, leader in, over off of Old National Highway,
Okay, and you said an NH60.
neighborhood rolling 60.
Okay. I want to ask you a few more hypotheticals and then we'll conclude. Hypothetically, if there was a member of a gang who shot at or in the direction or shot a gang investigator that was trying to arrest him, and this person shot at him multiple times, would it be of any significance to you as an expert if there was a song by a member of that same gang and in that song it says killing 12? Would that be of any significance to you hypothetically as a gang investigator?
Your
As a
Honor,
gang?
It,
I think so.
So, Your Honor, that was the one that you sustained it earlier for mentioning that Mr. Apt objecting, you sustained it earlier.
That's incorrect.
He asked.
You sustained a different objection I made. She was allowed to testify about her opinion about 12, and it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
And I'm not talking about the word 12.
Sustained.
Just generally speaking, when you talked earlier about
Oh no, Odie, that's my
how
new
the
sound
music
on the
plays a
soundboard.
role sometimes in your
We
investigation.
have a bruh sound.
Again, are you looking at to see whether or not there is some information that may or may not support any music you may listen to, that you may find as a part of your investigation?
Objection to our investigation and the contours of it.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I object to the premise of her investigation. She can testify to facts. She can't educate the jury on what's important to her.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, please?
As a gang expert doing your work with gangs, if music becomes a part of your investigation, does it become important if there is any type of evidence or information that support what may be contained within the music?
But the same objection, not down to Ken and the jury anyway.
Sustained.
As an expert, was shooting at a police officer, and could that increase the status in a gang?
Yes,
How?
it shows your the other gang members that you are willing to put in work for the gang, put your life on the line, because sometimes if an officer fires back, then you can be killed. So you will risk your life for the gang. But if you can do it and get away with it, you get stain. And stain, the definition of stain is you get like not really rank, but you can get like appreciation, or you can get, street creds. With a lot of the gang members are looking for to be get street creds, not only from the higher ups in the gang, but from the gang members that they, roll with, or even just from the public.
Thank you. Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Steel's up. Let's go.
All right, go ahead.
Likely that Max is going to go right after him. Maybe Yakati's stand-in today too.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Go and ask these. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music
Okay.
and how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out, or a record label put out for public consumption, besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding it to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
You can continue.
I was just saying, I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out, that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? How many times in Jeffrey Williams songs, I'll just leave it at his, and I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors. They probably know, but
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a smash and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times. But I understand that that was a way of life for him, and that he.
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury and I'm going to excuse you, please.
Motion for mistrial. Jury stepping out. Brian ready to cook.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life, whatever the quote is. Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony, but I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Or you'd prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it will be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Okay. We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language, I'll just be a couple of minutes and then I'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate, and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that might get into bad character evidence. Thank you.
Second time in a span of less than 3 court days.
10 minutes longer. I'll be back before then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so they're taking a recess. We know she's likely going to deny the motion for mistrial. So luckily for us, we have TiVo time. So I'm going to bring us closer to the future here, and we're shaving off about 15 minutes. And we are going to have still 15 minutes left in TiVo time. So let's keep going. This is them returning back from that break.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. How many songs, if you know, does Jeffrey Williams in his poetry talk about licks?
I don't know how many.
All right. In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. Three. Yeah, the
Okay.
3 counties.
I apologize. So in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffrey Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams is, you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio.
No.
All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about, let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be Slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
Oh, I see where he's
I think
going.
we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong or you think it's different, just, correct me. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know what the next line is to that song?
N-word, lighten up your tacos.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
When it says 100 rounds in a Tahoe, does that mean that the bullets went into a Tahoe, or does it mean that there's 100 rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving? If you know.
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs. I'm just limited to rap songs. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know. Talk about rounds in a vehicle.
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo. Thank you. And the next one, the next line or artwork is, they don't blame that, and I'm not going to say it, but B-I blank C-H for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a B-I blank C-H pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down. Or
How does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that first line was in reference to the murder.
So
That was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the Tahoe?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. We know that. We know that just that particular first line. And he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
Do songs, in your experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook, maybe, or yes.
What'd you call it?
The hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And 12, I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to Slime, SH blank T, killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I didn't understand that question.
Is killing 12, that phrase, or killing 12, SH blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure there's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song, I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like, I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more once.
All right, let me do this. Could you talk about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just.
So Steele is about to go through, he's really utilizing her words here when she says YSL members. It's my understanding that he is now going to start going through photos and identifying people to see what what her understanding of who YSL members are. And a few of you guys asked why I was kind of chuckling there, because I was laughing at her answers in a sense, because there are a lot of contradictions if you listen carefully to how she is describing her interpretation of the lyrics and connecting them back to the crimes. You know, they are using the Tahoe line in that song and trying to connect it back to Donovan Thomas's murder, which is, it is a little bit of a stretch. But if you listen to how Brian Steele was asking her questions, like, hey, you know, was there anything else in the song that connected back to that crime? And she talked about the Killing 12, right? And he's just like, have other rappers in their songs used that line? And she responded by saying, no, but YSL did. So it's indicative that YSL, that's what they do.
Bruh.
So that's why I chuckled there for a moment, but let's go back in.
Just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Can you put up the picture more if possible, if it's not? Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right? Well, you see Jeffrey Williams in the center,
Yes.
center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
Okay. And who is that person, if you were?
Who, Brian Williams? Oh, I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, AKA D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, AKA OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But this has been, like you say, 10 years ago almost.
Do you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens since?
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
also known as Muntuk?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman? If you
I
know?
don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I don't remember. I can't identify that person.
Okay. And how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell?
Okay. And do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. I want to go back to where we were. and I'd like to talk to you. I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released.
No, I'm sorry.
You said it's released. Give us a year again or a month again.
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay, so January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric.
Thank you, John, for gifting memberships, which are about to come in handy.
And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26th, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26th, 2015 date. Fair to say?
If y'all could give me
Yes, but that
2,000,
second part, he no longer mentioned me.
200
it
more.
refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015,
Mhm.
and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucy?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucy,
Yes.
also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rayshawn
Bennett.
Bennett. Right.
So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffrey Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever Jeffrey Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about he glad he takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffrey Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying what I saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the word, the words before in the art, do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
You have it?
Thank you so much, ZZ, XXZZ.
May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Given you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay, I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about,
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
how does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or it's slang for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke. So that's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the fried and crispy, I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these 3 songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something, or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops, and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and
Bruh.
ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about? Rap music.
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs? And
It's a lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert, Jeffrey Williams?
No.
You ever been to a concert of any rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at any when you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection, relevant, sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were 2 people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with Mr. Williams.
Do you know that person's performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube, or you can kind of look at what the words are, and the person is actually rapping it on a music video and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
All right. I don't know if you guys caught that when they were talking about Bad Boy, right? This is the third song with Juice WRLD. Now, this gang expert believes that Juice WRLD's name is Bad Boy. This is the state's expert witness in gangs, allegedly musicology, and the like. Let's go back into the debauchery.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mhm.
And in that one, you referenced, I done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, in my words, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made, or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that are made, or or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record, or I'm old, so could it be a album or a cassette tape, for all I know. But it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that, you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said,
I think I
kid-
said kitty, but I think it's cat.
that's fine. I
Mhm.
think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something, but
The
it's,
biggest kitty of the cats, I think I said, but I had it backwards. I think it's
that's fine.
we killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
And when it says, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach?
You
May I
may.
approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before. I made an arrow, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Find that.
I didn't mean to
Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before, are we known to kill the biggest cats?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then goes right into,
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
so that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from what your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record, we don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it, I don't want to say all of it.
the song kind of, it talks about the beef that, the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detective, they know all the business. So, on one hand, saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talk about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at, does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
So Steele is really good on his feet because, and shout out to Rock and Robin LA, who's making a great point here. She says, wow, he's just showing how qualified this expert is. A lot of this is shaded by personal opinion. So for example, her personal opinion is that, some of these songs have gotten people killed, which may be an accurate statement. However, he's like, okay, great. That's how you feel. Now tell me, you used the word op. Tell me where that word was used in any of these lyrics. And real quick, guys, thank you so much for getting the likes over 50%. I am going to allow folks to come back on in. Of course, we just want our likes to be in the right place. This does go out to more people when you do that. It also puts me on your homepage when I'm live. So you're helping the YouTube algorithm learn your habits as a person that watches content, and also will get me there sooner. So you can find me sooner as well. Let's keep going.
What IF gang?
It does not.
I mean, that's and you're entitled to, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's album releases and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffrey Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, Your Honor. SuperThanks not an evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people, maybe around the tour bus incident, but
Okay.
I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident. So I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like the let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with Jeffrey or a song with Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, SuperThanks not an evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffrey Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffrey Williams rap music?
No.
And by that, I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event.
That
or-
wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I
I
apologize.
said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
Let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have state's exhibit number? Do you mind playing for me? Do you mind? Hollywood? Let me show you with the court's, Honorable Court's permission, what's already been marked and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once it
Yes.
is announced?
So this witness is definitely contradicting herself because you're not an expert in lyrics. However, you guys just saw the same thing I just saw. We saw them play 3 of Young Thug's songs, pick pieces of lyrics and connect them to actual crimes. But you're also not an expert in music? What the?
Stop the cap.
I don't understand. It's kind of confusing, but I am curious because I'm looking at Simone's body language right now, and it's likely she's going to try to clean this up on redirect. But let's keep going. I think Brian's almost done, and we are expecting another attorney. I think Yak Gotti's attorney is going to be up right after Brian. Let's go.
While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28th, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, you know, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Woody.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing him.
Okay, so you're You're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I play 117E
Yes.
as an errand? Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you
No.
know? Okay. All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at all?
I did not.
Do you know who Future is, a performer, fabulous performer, Future?
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just...
No, can't think of one.
Okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
Nah, it's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just...
That sounds familiar. It seems like I've seen that on an album cover or something.
Okay. And Future, an eagle? Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl?
Yes. I remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffrey Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the rodeo tour, or what known as the rodeo tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffrey Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No,
Do you know how many days he was in it, physically in an Atlanta area?
no,
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffrey Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that he was on tour and gone a lot. So
when was the uptick again in the crime?
it started back in April.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Jeffrey Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffrey Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Well, can I talk about that? The residents?
Yeah. Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
Because she's getting cooked.
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes. Some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No.
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
Same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffrey Williams initiate, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen?
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of concerts. You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know who got those flyers?
No,
Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015, do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Human facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know whether what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Not hibachi, pretty Esquire. He is getting her to say, I don't know a lot.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. App.
Right. Next up from Team Weinstein, Attorney Apt, ABT.
Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Did.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No.
And you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related.
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew
I didn't
what was
have to
going on?
question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media. Or they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the
You're
guy
assuming.
stood on the guy.
Let her finish her answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other. So try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Sorry.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know whether for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say you don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
You didn't have to follow the evidence.
He
or
wasn't
investigate?
happy.
It's possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and it had nothing to do with gang activity? Yeah, it is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated
in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
you also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlanta station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know, is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
Oh my
I
God.
don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
And that can be done in
it's
movies.
not. It's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing.
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No?
No.
Goodfellas?
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What
He
about
didn't
Al
do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said,
I'm saying argumentative, Your Honor.
okay. Did you say earlier
She gonna let him do
that
it.
someone who is rapping
She said overruled.
previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession. Sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the ops or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your?
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What did I do with anything?
Listen, you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect,
He's crushing her.
It's what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
Object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved, maybe. And I'm going to
Yes,
object
Max.
to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it
Look
in
at
a
this
song,
shit. He's good.
It's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't give you any. I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas.
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me
a moment
mixed
ago.
up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Simone doesn't know what to do. You have this attorney standing up there, chilling in the club in my b-boy stance. He's getting her. And she's like, I didn't say that. I never say that. I never said that. Well, what is Operations Planters? Operation Planters. The reason why it's called Operation Planters is because the entire case involves the murder of Donovan Thomas, AKA Peanut. You named it. Operations Planters. I showed you guys that document. The Planters logo, the man, the peanut with the little stick thing in the top hat, Planters. And she's now saying, I never said that they did the crime. Wow. You're watching a witness get absolutely eviscerated on the stand.
Because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Oh, we got our first bench conference during this. Somebody doesn't think that that this attorney is actually doing a good job. I just saw somebody say he's not cooking anything. Are we all watching the same thing? A little short bench conference. Let us skip ahead. It doesn't look like a long one. We will be back right around here.
All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that
very close to a mistrial.
As an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well.
Okay.
Detective. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but
So the judge just kind of checked the detective, like, hey, please be careful. You shouldn't be bringing up, I think that came up on Brian's cross-examination. She was about to talk about a search warrant for Doug's property that I believe was illegal. So we got very, very close to that coming in, but the witness is the one who said it. No one asked her questions about it. She decided to bring that up, and the judge is like, hey, you understand that you cannot bring things like that up. You have to be very careful because of the possibilities which could lead to a mistrial. So she didn't actually say it, but she got very close and was about to. We have any more TiVo time?
Your Honor. So,
Here we go.
Detective, you were saying that it, and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics.
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
You don't know. You don't know if his
I
fingerprints.
didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, you're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that...
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If, hypothetically, if those lyrics were released...
I'm sorry. Y'all are funny. Learn to Travel TV is from the future. Learn to Travel TV has clipped this attorney in his b-boy stance and has made that his new profile picture. I love this trial so much. Let's go back in.
In 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay.
He said psychic.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Oh,
All right,
you
are
did
there
a
other
good job.
concerns with questions for this
You did a
witness?
good
Anyone?
job. I have Max here. Here we go.
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator. Okay, retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay,
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. Brief, and I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident that has nothing to do with this case.
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV
I did.
to the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, since,
Okay.
because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert maybe.
Okay. Yes, I understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay, could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And right, and she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay, so she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor, it was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
The one that I do remember recently is Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right, Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians.
Okay.
The classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at Columbia Southern were professors, but they didn't talk about gangs.
Okay.
Right. And real quick, guys, I want to stop the show and acknowledge someone really quickly. Huge shout out to John, who has gifted you guys 20 memberships. John had also given a few other memberships throughout the stream. And I know I have a super chat to read from John, but that makes John your new stream sponsor. If you received a membership from John, please say thank you to him. Very, very nice of him to do that. And we are going to get back to Max now looking at the education and background and experience of this witness. So he's taking a different angle with this particular witness and looking at some of the classes and some of the certifications she may have. I do remember her being qualified as an expert on Friday. So Max is going back on in. And John, thank you so much. I believe a newer name in my crew, but good to see you over here. And thank you so much for gifting out so many memberships, John. Really, really appreciate you. And again, guys, if you received a membership from John, be polite and say thank you. Again, thanks again, John. Let's go on in.
How gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that?
I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same, yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it
Oh,
seems
no,
like
every class was law enforcement.
and the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay. And the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, in that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No,
You
I
ever
don't
hear-
know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but that's not anybody that came on the radar because he haven't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes,
Okay. How many?
the three,
Okay. It was just those three.
just these three.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring
yeah.
Fagiano?
Oh, yeah.
Never heard of it, no.
Have you
Oh,
ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you?
oh, this is really good, guys. Max is freaking brilliant. What is he talking about? He just exposed something huge. Because remember, these witnesses have to be prepped before they're on the stand. And we know that the state doesn't do a good job of doing that and preparing their witnesses. And remember, she is a last minute witness. I don't think that she was originally going to be called. They had to use her because Detective Dennis is unfortunately not welcome back to the courtroom after Judge Whitaker made her ruling about something he said on the stand that was inappropriate. And after all of his time, he should have known better. This detective is making some mistakes, but Simone had to scramble and scrape to get her ready from Thursday up until today, all while still participating in the case. Now, Max just asked her in preparation for this case, what material did they show to you? And they mentioned that they were going to share these 3 songs, play them in court, and they wanted this witness to testify to that. Now, these attorneys collectively are doing a great job, but I might need to change this poll because what Max just did, I don't know if you guys remember it. Woody is also a rapper in this saga. Woody had a song, right? And it's still on YouTube right now. And it talks about, it just talks about like more violence, but the video is damning. The reason why the video is damning is because they had somebody who looks just like Peanut, like in the video, and executed. In the video, we saw that video. I cannot play that video. I'm willing to dance because, obviously the music is here in the courtroom. I could fight that. But little Woody's video, oh my God, guys, it is very, very graphic, but it paints the picture as if Woody was the person that committed a crime similar to Nut. So you see what Max is doing. He's bringing that in. He's bringing that in. So let's see where he goes with this, but this is exciting. Pay attention.
You aware of this song?
No.
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about putting money on someone else's head?
Not aware.
Are you aware that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I'm saying objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, So
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that
he
video.
depicts killing a heavyset African-American male. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions?
That was actually pretty cool,
No. All right, is there redirect? Go ahead.
right? Simone, clean it up. What you got, girl?
Mr. Steele asked you when he was questioning you if any of these lyrics mention Donovan Thomas Jr.'s name inside of those songs. You recall
I
that line of
recall that
questioning?
question.
When you're listening to songs that may become a part of your investigation, do the ops usually say specifically the person's name, or is it more of a hidden message? What has been your experience when you're listening to the music that comes a part of your investigation?
My experience is not directly, saying the person's name is like sending a message, but like if that particular person or that person's group or person's gang know that I committed a crime or know that we have beef, then a lot of times they know it's obvious who they're sending the message to.
And when we say it's obvious, is it obvious to the opposition gang who the message is being targeted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you about whether or not anyone from the music industry came and taught your class. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
The classes that you took, were they focused on music or focused on gangs?
Focused on gangs.
And have you ever had anyone from the music industry come and talk to you about gangs?
No.
Court's indulgent.
All right, Simone. All right.
All right,
any other
any
questions?
recross by anybody? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Ladders to the stand.
Ms. Blattner's again? She has testified like probably the most in this trial. Ms. Latners is the 911 lady. Auntie Latners, we love her over here. They just keep bringing this woman in. And it is likely that Atkins is going to do a direct examination with her. It's about 4:30, so we're running out of court time for the day. So let's see if this is a quick one with Ms. Latner.
Welcome back, Ms. Latners. You're still under oath.
Sit down.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down. You're still under oath from your prior testimony.
Shout out to Mootung's handcuff key. You guys with these usernames, I love it.
Before coming to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity to review a CAD report and some 911 calls?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 November, 1 November Delta, and a disc marked that contains, I should say, 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo. And Ms. Latners, just look up at me if you've had opportunity to review that. Ms. Latner's, are those the items that you reviewed before coming to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
And what are they?
Cover the CAD report for February 23rd, 2019, and the 911 calls.
And is there any markings on that 911 disc that you marked on?
Yes, I placed my initials on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and associated 911 calls for that incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 November, 1 November Delta, and the disc that has 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Latners, I'm going to first publish 1 November. Ms. Latners, what is the date for this CAD report?
February 23rd, 2019.
And what did this call come in as?
Came as shots fired.
What was the call type and description when the call was complete?
Person shot.
What was the location for this person shot call on February 23rd, 2019?
50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest, Brandywine Townhouses, Atlanta.
In what zone is that, Ms. Latners?
Zone 3.
Now, what time was this CAD report a officer generated or 911 call?
911 calls.
What time was that call received by APD dispatch?
Call went up to dispatch at 04:37 a.m. hours.
Were off dispatched at 04:37?
Yes.
Was the call received at 04:36:40?
The call came into 911 at 04:35. 911 sent it over to Zone 3, dispatched at 04:36.
And Ms. Latners, what time were those officers that were dispatched arrive on scene?
It shows 04:42 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, I wanted to draw your attention on, you see on page 2 of this CAD report,
Yes.
at the bottom, you have unit ID 1394, and it has a code of a LC. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
At the bottom of page 2,
Yes, ma'am.
1394 is the sergeant for that zone.
And what does that LC indicate?
Location change.
And can you explain to the jury what that time and what that time is and what it reads afterwards?
Unit 1394 advised at 6:10 a.m. hours, he arrived at Grady Hospital.
And real quick, an explanation. The reason why Miss Latner is coming back all the time is because every single time we need to play a 911 phone call, it has to come in through Miss Latner's. So I'm hearing that we do have another witness coming up after this woman, and the reason why we need to talk about that, Miss Latner's is going to introduce the 911 phone call, and the victim of that crime, a person that was shot, is actually going to be on the stand next. So this might be a brief one with Atkins. I'm hearing that there's some cross-examination, and I'm hearing that we're getting a very rare appearance from Angela, who is going to cross-examine Miss Latner's about the 911 call. So let's go. We know that that victim is coming in shortly. We're not far from current time, but we'll be able to breeze through it if there's another break. Let's get back in.
Now, Miss Latner's, if you turn to page 3, do you see the CAD narrative?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that first entry is at 4:35:54 a.m.?
Person advised the 911 call take a shots fired in that area at 50 Mount Zion Road.
And Ms. Latners, if you look 2 lines down at 4:36:40 a.m., what is the remarks indicate following that?
Call advised he heard 10 shots in the area.
Does it say 10 plus shots, Ms. Latners?
Plus shots in the area.
And if you look further down at 4:38 a.m., what does that CAD narrative remark indicate?
Well, it shows a call came from a T-Mobile. Then it says address at 2835 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, and they gave a phone number out, the person who called. It's a duplicate call.
And what is that last line at 4:38 a.m.?
It looked like second rounds of I heard from the hills of the apartments, did not see anything.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 4, do you see at 4:39 a.m. it starts with male caller?
Yes.
What does that remark section in this CAD narrative indicate for the jury?
Another caller called in, advised male caller David requests to speak with officer at apartment Y Yankee 5. He gave out his phone number.
And beneath that, where it starts at 4:47 a.m., what does that indicate? Starts with unit.
Advised a unit told his dispatcher, advised male inside a blue Charger in passenger side, possible 50 was shot to the head.
So that's possible signal 50 to the head.
Yes.
And is there a related CAD indicated beneath that at 4:48:56 a.m.?
He advised this incident is related to CAD number 190540456.
And Ms. Latners, if you look a couple lines beneath that at 4:54 a.m., that starts with BLU. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
The officer advised the dispatcher blue Dodge Charge, gave out the tag number, temporary tag number 2454029, which is a paper tag.
And Ms. Latners, what is immediately beneath that 1 minute later at 4:55 a.m.?
He advised his dispatcher possible vehicle, possible code 19, which is a stolen vehicle out of Cobb County.
And Ms. Latners, at 5:07 a.m., do you see the CAD remark that starts with unit DV?
Unit advised shell cases near building X-ray.
And Ms. Latners, what at the very bottom, or a couple lines from the bottom at 6:10 a.m., it has unit advise. Do you see that?
Yes, unit advised the victim is 48, which means a person is dead at 06:09 a.m. hours.
Oh, wow.
Now, Ms. Latners, is some of the 911 recordings that are on that disc pertain to this CAD report ending in 454 from February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish one November alpha.
All right.
Is it ready? Just one. Atlanta 911 operator 7198. What is the address of the emergency?
I live in an apartment called, they used to call it the Wood, but they call it the Crystals now. And the address is at 50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest. Someone out here shooting, about 10 shots.
Okay, do you want to speak with an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
No, ma'am. Can you have someone just come out here?
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Your Honor, the state is going to publish 1 November Bravo at this time.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7357. What's the address to your emergency? This is Atlanta. This is 911. What is the address to your emergency?
The address is 59 Vine Road, Southwest. Apartment Y5.
I can't. Apartment 15?
Y5.
Y5. Do you need fire, police, or ambulance?
Police.
What is your name?
David Goodman.
The phone number.
That's fine.
Thank you, Atkins. I was about to do the same thing.
446.
Is there a gate code, sir?
No gate code.
No gate code. Okay. All right. Let's see. And what's the name of the apartment, sir?
Crystal Apartments.
You said Crystal Apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on out there, sir?
I just heard a bunch of shooting. I'm not sure if it was aimed at my apartment, but it sounded like it was aimed over at our apartment.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Did you call already, sir? Because it's showing that we did get calls in reference to this.
No, this is my first time calling.
Okay, yes, sir. We did get a call about, do you want to speak to the police when they come out?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me confirm, you said you are in Y5, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get help out to you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Knight. And Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 November Delta.
All right.
Ms. Latner's is 1 November Delta the CAD report that was related to the first CAD report we discussed with the jury?
Yes.
And what are the last three on this incident number for this CAD?
0456.
Did this come before or after the first CAD report we discussed?
After.
What is the location for this CAD?
Is advised Oak Drive and Pendleton Circus Southwest.
And what was the call type and description?
Shot fired.
Is it the same zone?
Yes.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did this 911 call come in?
0436 a.m. hours.
And what time did officers arrive?
0457 a.m. hours.
Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see the CAD narrative remarks?
He advised multiple shots fired in the area, no further.
And then is that last line at 4:48:56 a.m. reference the first CAD we discussed?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's at the very top or near the top on the front page. What is the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12.
Is that an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Was there also a 911 call that corresponded with this CAD report, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish 1 November Echo at this time.
All right.
Atlanta 911 operator 7087. What is the address? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, ma'am. It sounds like you're whispering.
Yeah, because it just woke me up. There's a shooting going on in my neighborhood. and it sounds like it's coming from Oak Drive.
Oak Drive and what other cross street?
Pennington, Old Hateville.
All right, how many shots did you hear?
Oh, it was around, and then there was it sounded like it was another gun that was weaker than the first round that about 5-7 shots, and then there was a second gun that was going off, and that was about 3 or 4.
Okay, did you hear anything else besides the shots being fired? Any vehicles speeding away, anyone yelling?
No, just the shots.
Okay, we'll get someone out there to check the area.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Stop at 1 minute and 21 seconds. No further questions from the state, Ms. Latin. Thank you.
All right, thank God.
Any defense questioning?
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. I'm
Shout out
Attorney
to
Williams.
Angela.
I'm going to be very brief. I know you
I
want to
love her voice.
Yes. So looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact information of 911 callers?
Say that again.
Looking at the CAD reports, do officers have access to the contact of the 911 callers?
Most of the time, officer want to talk to the caller, he would ask his dispatcher to call the caller back.
And do all the 911 calls go over the radio or just to dispatch?
The 911 calls goes to dispatch. Dispatch the officer out.
Okay.
2 different sections.
2 different ones? Okay, thank you. And then upon the request from the DA's office, your office turned over all the records regarding this incident?
Yes.
And all calls that require an officer on scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
Say that again.
All calls that require, I guess, are dispatched to a scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
The 911 call creates the CAD report for calls to come through 911. If an officer pulled out on a call, their dispatcher will create a CAD report for them.
Thank you, Ms. Latners.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Oh, help me.
She said, Lord, help me. Oh, no. She's afraid of steel.
How long do 911 calls preserve?
Well, since Atlanta take over 1 million calls a year, our system can only hold so much. So the system purge out the 911 calls. Yeah, we don't purge it out. The system does that.
How long does it, when you say purge, you're saying call on January 1, 2015, let's say, excuse me, January 11th, 12:04 a.m. January 11, 2015, 12:04 a.m. How long will that call last?
We should hold the call. 911 should hold the audio for at least 3 to 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
Years.
So in my January 11th, 12:04 a.m.
What year?
2015.
We would not have.
We're going up to approximately 2019,
We'll have 2019.
and then it's gone.
2015, we don't even have that system anymore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect?
Your Honor, one question. Ms. Latners, would CAD reports and 911 audios, are they subject to FOIA request?
Are they subject to what?
To Freedom of Information Act request?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All righty, any recross?
She about to run off that stand. He is so done.
Do you know whether Mr. Jeffrey Williams was arrested on May 9th, 2022 in this case?
I can't answer that.
Do you know whether May 9th, 2022 is after January 11th, 2019?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You are
I love that.
excused.
I love that one.
You can
Still
leave.
killed her with that.
No idea
Yes, you
when you'll
can.
have you back together or not, but call your next witness.
All right. The next witness, I believe, is a victim in the crime and does not want to be shown.
Yeah.
So you're not supposed to show this victim's face. We're going to skip ahead, use some of our TiVo time. Let's see. That's right, Kathy.
One of the next witnesses got the first initial of M and the last name initial of S.
All right, thank you.
And before we jump in, guys, I have an anonymous stream sponsor who is joining the wonderful stream sponsors that we have, both John, DC, and a few other folks that have been really supporting on this stream. This person wants to remain anonymous, so if y'all could do me a favor and type anonymous in the chat, that would be fantastic. And they just say, keep up the great work. Thank you so much. They sent me $250. Amazing. I cannot believe the level of support that we get when we are watching trials and showing you guys what happens in courtrooms. So anonymous, thank you so much. It really means a lot to me that you're always here, you're always watching, you're always supporting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for typing in anonymous in the chat. Let's keep going.
Last name, right? Last name.
Yes.
We ready? Yes. Thank you. I can't see what's on that screen.
So lawn crime is purposely putting their camera up at the ceiling because they cannot show this witness. No one in the court is allowed to show them because they are a witness to the crime. And we're zooming in on Ryan, Angela's client, because he is allegedly the person that shot this person on the stand right now.
My first initial start with an M. My last name is SMITH.
Say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 23.
And can you tell the jurors, did you grow up in the Atlanta area?
Yes.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Forest Hill and Maynard.
Okay. And back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors where you were working?
On McDonald's on Moreland.
Okay. And what were your hours or the shift that you typically worked?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions about people you may know or may have known back in February of 2019. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Miss Tahira Hartfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you know her?
I grew up with her. I went to school with her. She was a friend back then.
Okay. And are you guys the same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said you grew up with her. You went to school with her. How many years would you say that you knew her?
From like the 5th grade to probably up to that time.
Okay. So 5th grade up until at least February of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, did you call her by her first name or did she have a nickname?
I mean, she had a nickname, but I call her by both.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors the times that you called her by her nickname, what was it?
Brazy.
Okay.
But I rarely called her that because I don't know her by that.
Okay. Did other people, when you guys were hanging out with your other friends, call her by that nickname?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an Instagram back in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did Miss Hartsfield, did she have one?
Yes.
Okay. And were you friends with her on Instagram? Were you familiar with her Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you.
That is true, my. Woody pronounces it like that too.
I'm sorry about that. I want you to look at States Exhibit 21 and 22N. Okay?
Yes.
And by looking at those, can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in States Exhibits 21NN and 22NN?
Yes.
Okay, and let's talk about first 21NN. What is States Exhibit 21NN a picture of?
Tahira Hartfield.
Okay, and is that her Instagram account that she had back in February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And in 22NN, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that one?
Yes.
And how do you recognize the picture in 22NN?
This me.
It's you?
Yes.
And is it your Instagram account back in February of 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and does both 21NN and 22NN represent the Instagram account for your friend, Ms. Hartsfield, as well as yourself back in February of 2019?
Yes.
At this time out of the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 21NN and 22NN.
M or N?
N, I'm sorry.
All right, Nancy. Those are admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back in February of 2019, did you know anyone by the nickname Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jurors, how did you know Little Rod?
I met him through Tahira.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, do you know Little Rod's real name?
No.
Okay, did you always call him Little Rod?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, did you know somebody by the nickname of Bally?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you know the male
He
whose
said
nickname was Bally?
I was introduced by Tahira through both of them. I met them through her.
Okay, and do you remember, if we're talking about in relation to the shooting in February of 2019, how long, I guess, had you known the males with the nickname Bally and Little Rod?
I had just met them within that same month.
Within that same month?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, the male that you knew as the nickname Bally, did you know his real name?
Demond. But I'm like learned it from the stuff
Okay.
that's going on now. Yeah.
Okay, so did you know his last name back in 2019?
No.
Okay, so you just knew him by his nickname as
Yeah.
Bally.
I met them through her, so I didn't know them personally.
Okay, and you said you met him in the same month. Can you tell the jurors within that month how many times had you hung out with Bally and Lil Rod?
I mean, that first day I seen them, from that day, like the second day, we was going over there to Blaylock them house every night. Like, it was never a dull moment. Like, we was having fun. So when that situation occurred, it was just like came out of nowhere.
Okay, and you said you would go to whose house and hang out,
Open record.
have fun and chill.
Blaylock.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors how many times do you think that you went to Blaylock's or
I'm not
Bally's
sure.
house?
I'm not sure.
Okay, more than once?
Yeah, it was more than one.
Okay, and did you ever have an opportunity to go to the person you knew by the name of Lil Rod?
I mean, we all just used to be right there, Blaylock House.
Okay. And do you remember, I know it's been some time, where or what general area that Blaylock's house was?
I just knew it was on Cleveland. I'm not familiar with over there because I don't hang over there. I just went to school over there. I was introduced to
Oh,
over
you
there
look
by them, but I
sad.
don't hang over there. I don't know nothing about Cleveland for real.
Okay. And you said you said off of Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the times that you spent with Lil Rod and Bally, can you tell the jurors in your interactions with them, did they tell you they were in a gang?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember the detectives after this incident asking you if you knew if Lil Rod and Bally were in a gang?
I'm not sure.
Um, do you remember telling the detectives that both Lil Rod and Bally were members of the YSL gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some other people that you may have known back in 2019. Did you know a male named BJ?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know his real name?
Bernard.
Okay. And how did you meet Bernard, or the person whose nickname was BJ?
I was long time friends with him. Like, he used to come over my house and stuff. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Okay. Was he friends with Miss Brazy?
I mean, I really don't know. I could just only speak for me, but we all was around each other one time, yeah.
Okay. So I guess a better question is, did you and Miss Brazy and Mr. BJ, did you guys all hang out fairly often?
She didn't used to be with us, but when I used to hang with him, like, I used to see him in apartments and stuff like that. It was like a hey and bye situation.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back on February 23rd of 2019, did you work that day? On the night of the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you work your regular shift or the hours that you talked about today, 3 to 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, after your shift at McDonald's was over, what did you do next?
I went home, took a shower, and I was there. Like, really the whole house was asleep. My mom, she was up and out. Like, my sister, she was downstairs asleep. Everybody kept really telling me not to go out the door and go out the house with her that night. But me, I just wanted to be hard-headed, go with my friend, have fun. I went with my friend, and that's what went down.
Okay. And when you say go out of the house with her, who are you referring to?
I was with her, and we got in the car with Lil Rod.
So who's her?
Brazy, Tyra.
And so when you got home from work, was Brazy already at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why was she at your house?
Because she was homeless, and she was already like asking me could she stay there and stuff. But my mom had already been telling me like she had to go prior to that, because I guess she was doing stuff or giving them little signs when I was at work about what was going to go on and stuff like that. So my mom told me she had to go, but she was staying with me.
Okay. And you said you guys were leaving the house. Who picked you up?
Lil Rod.
And can you tell if you got off from work around 11, you went home, what time would you say you left your house that you live with your mom and Miss Brazy?
I can't really remember what time we left.
Okay. Do you think you, after you got home from work, were home for an hour or 2 hours or longer?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what kind of car Lil Rob picked you up in?
Yes, it was a van.
It was a van?
Yes.
Remember what color?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I should have asked you this earlier, so I apologize. The people you're referring to as Little Rod and Bally, were they, do you know if they were around your same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you go to school with either one of them?
I'm not sure. I was introduced to them by her. Like, I didn't know them like that.
Okay. When you say her, who are you referring to?
Tahira.
Okay. Now, after Lil Rob picked you guys up, can you tell the jurors, where did you go next?
I can't really remember.
Okay. What, I guess, what was the plans that night after you were leaving your mom's house?
I know, okay, we pulled up to Valley House. We got out the car. We went in the house and stuff like that. We in the house. I was talking to Blaylock then. Boom. After that, went downstairs, played the game. I dozed off. In the midst of me dozed off, I hear Tahira on the phone saying, pull up, we finna do one. Do one mean fuck.
Okay. Well, let's not tell me what anybody said. So you talk faster than any of us in the courtroom, okay? So let's just back up just a second. So you keep saying Blaylock and Bally. Is that the same person?
No.
Okay. So
Yes, it is. Yes.
okay. So the person you know is Bally is his real name or the name he was given at birth. His last name Blaylock. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that y'all went from your house when Little Rob picked you up. You went to Bally's house. Is that what you said? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember, I guess, where the general area where Mr. Bally's house was?
I just knew it was some apartments. I don't remember, but I kind of do. Like, if I go there, I remember, but I don't really remember.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you know or do you remember, you talked earlier about where you knew that Little Rod's house where he lived was off Cleveland. Do you know if the apartments you just described where Bally lived was close to the Cleveland house that you described where Little Rod lives?
Yeah, they stay across the street from each other.
Okay. Now, when you got to Bally's house, was it still just you, Miss Brazy, Lil Rod, and Bally? Was anybody else there?
I'm not sure. I just knew it was us four. Though.
Okay. And you said once you got there, you dozed off? Yes?
Yeah, I went to sleep, and after that, I heard like
Well,
I hear her.
don't tell me what anyone said.
I heard her in the background. Boom. After that, I heard what she said. I got up. In the midst of me getting up, Blaylock attacked me. I went out the door. I see a Dodge blue Charger pulling up. Next thing you know, I went to the car because BJ rolled down his window and he was like, Mariah, where they at? He was asking me where somebody was. Boom. After that, me and he was talking about going to do like get some weed or whatever. Boom. After that.
Hold on 1 second. Miss Smith. So
yes.
She said boom. She says boom.
So there was a conversation. Was Miss Brazy, was she talking to somebody in the room or was she talking on the phone?
She was never outside with me.
No.
When I went out the door.
When you
Oh, she was over the phone. Yes, she was over the phone.
Conversation that woke you up was with Miss Brazy on the phone with was it a male or a female?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
And you said then you went outside and there was a blue Charger? Gotta say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you know anyone did you know a blue Charger was going to pull up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you got outside and the blue Charger was there, did you recognize anyone inside the Charger?
Only BJ.
Okay. And was it just BJ in the car or were there other people in the car?
It was two other people in the car, but I didn't know them.
Okay.
Never seen them.
Okay. Was this the first time you met him? Yes?
Yes.
And do you ever get into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got into the car, did you get introduced to, you said there was two other people in the car? Yes?
I mean, I can't really remember. I don't know. I just know we was all in the car and we drove to the other side.
Was BJ driving? Was he in the passenger seat?
BJ was driving.
Okay. And do you know who was in the front seat when you got in?
Jamari.
Okay. And who was seated in the back seat with you?
Brazy was by the door. I was in the middle, and little boy Red was on the other side.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So you said that you went outside and you met BJ and the people you met that night as Jamari and Red. Can you tell the jurors, when does Brazy enter into the picture? When does she come outside?
She came outside when I got in the car.
Okay. And did she also get into the car?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Where in the car did she sit?
She sat by the door. I was in the middle.
Okay, so was she in the back with you?
Yes.
Okay, and so can you tell the jurors when everyone's in the car, where are you guys going next?
I guess we was going to get weed.
Okay.
After that, we pulled over there, whatever she led them to, some apartments I never been in. I'm sitting in the car for a little minute. Next thing you know, she get out the car. She leaves. She come back and get me as soon as I got the car.
Hold on, before we get there. So how far did you go from where BJ in the blue Charger picked you up and took you to buy some weed? How far was that trip?
I mean, it was across the street, literally across the street.
And I think I heard you say that Ms. Brazy directed BJ where to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you guys got there, do you remember inside the car, did you or anybody else give anyone any money to purchase marijuana?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. And so once you get there, can you tell the jurors, do you all go inside to an apartment or?
No, she get out the car first. Then next thing you know, she come back and get me out the car, and I just got shot up all of a sudden. But when we get out the car and we started running, I seen Blaylock and Leroy running towards the car, like literally shooting the car. I saw them.
Okay. And had you ever been, you said this was an apartment complex. Had you ever been there before?
Never.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked. That's State's Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, through 19, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy.
Yeah, young ladies in their teens, they be outside. They get involved in some things. They be out in the streets. But at the same time, I think that she's also a victim. And I believe she was shot. So don't quote me on that, guys. But let's see how this all plays out.
All right, let's start with State's Exhibits 10, 11, and 12, and N, okay? Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
Because this were right here on this thing. I can't really.
Well, don't show us.
Okay.
Do
You can
have you-
show it to Mr. Abbasi who's questioning you, just don't show it to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. I remember this right here because this where we was parked at. This the breezeway I ran down to go in the back with Tahira. We was in the bushes, hiding right here until Leroy came to get us. She led us through a cut. We got in the car with him. They took me back to Blaylock House.
Let me ask you this question. In State's Exhibits 10, NN through 13, NN, do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex that you described where you guys stopped to buy marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 10 through 13, NN.
Those are admitted.
Okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibits 13, 14, and 15. And can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the photographs in State's Exhibits?
This the car that we was in that pulled up.
Okay. And is that vehicle or that's depicted in State's Exhibits 14 through 16 and fairly and accurately depict the blue Charger that picked you up that night?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 14 NN through 16 NN.
Those are admitted.
We're also seeing Angela and Little Rod's appeals attorney there as well. This directly is connected to Little Rod. Apparently, this is why Little Rod's even on this
You
case.
said you did recognize and the vehicle depicted in States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15 NN fairly and accurately depict the charger that picked you up? Okay. This time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 13 through 15 NN.
14 through 16 or 13 through 15?
I misspoke. It is,
All right, those are 14 through 16, right?
it's 13 through 15. I apologize.
Okay, so what was, I thought it was 10 through 13 the first time around. Was it only 10 through 12?
I apologize. I
That's
got
okay.
confused this late now. It's so 10 through 12 NN
Okay.
are the maps.
All right.
And then the car-
Osama, we've gone over this like 5 times. Unfortunately, the courtroom audio has been
So
adjusted.
I want to put
There's
up
nothing we
on
can
the
do
screen
about
in
it.
front of you.
I'm trying to
the
whisper
record
here.
States Exhibit 10 NN, okay?
Okay.
And it's going to pop up right in the computer right in front of you, okay? Being put up. Ms. Smith, could you tell me, so you said you guys parked, the car parked? Yes? Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
And how long was Ms. Brazy, how long was she gone from the car when she left to go to the apartment?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, was it a few minutes? Was it an hour?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Okay, and you said she came back? And can you tell the jurors, when she came back, why did she come back?
When she came back, she got me out the car. As soon as I got the car got shot up.
Okay, and why they are pulling that up on the screen, I want to show you State Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. All right, so while that's getting put up there, can you tell me, do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19? And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those photographs?
Cause that's the breezeway we ran down.
Okay, do those exhibits, the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19 and fairly and accurately depict, I guess, the apartment complex and the, bless you, the breezeway you said that you guys ran after the shooting started?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as 17 NN through 19 NN.
Those are admitted.
All right. Okay. So can you show the jurors, do you see the red line that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 10 NN? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see where it starts near the parking spaces?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that where the car parked, the Charger that you guys were in when you arrived?
I'm not sure what spot, but it was somewhere right there.
Okay, was it in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, after the shooting started, you saw Little Rod and Bally, I guess, come running at the car, shooting at the car, right? Yes?
Yes.
Can you kind of show the jurors the area which you saw them come running towards the vehicle with guns?
I mean, I really don't remember when I ran through the breezeway. I just knew I seen them.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And And in 18 and can you tell the jurors, is this the breezeway that you're talking about? As soon as it comes up. Do you see the breezeway?
Yes.
And is it the area in the middle of State's Exhibit 18NN where there's an opening with stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, you said you ran through that breezeway, and where did you go?
In some bushes with tire.
Okay. And the bushes, in relation to, I guess, the building that we're looking at, where you ran through the breezeway, where is this, I guess, the area with the bushes in the field?
I mean, the bushes was right there, literally, in the back. Like, as soon as we ran through the breezeway, the bushes was right there. It was a field in the bushes.
And State's Exhibit 10NN, which will be in front of you in 2 seconds. Can you kind of show the jurors, orient them kind of where you ran through the breezeway and past the buildings?
I mean, I'm assuming these the bushes right here.
Well, I don't want you to assume. So can you kind of circle the area or point to the area on the photograph?
You can't see it on the screen?
Oh, okay, your screen isn't interactive. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk over here, okay? And I want you to tell me where to stop.
Yes, duh.
Breezeway, and you ran through it.
The bushes right there.
These bushes? So the bushes at the top left-hand corner of State's Exhibit 10NN?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to those the bushes or the area where the bushes were by yourself?
No, I was with Tahir. I ran in the bushes with her.
And you said you ran towards those bushes because you heard and saw Lil Rod and Bally shooting at the Charger.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors how many shots did you hear?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you hear one shot, two shot?
Multiple.
Okay, more than 10?
I'm not sure. I just not heard shots.
Okay. And how long did you guys kind of, I guess, wait or stay in the bushes?
Not for long. Like, after it happened, she led me through a cut with her, and we got in the car.
Okay. And prior to kind of going, I guess, through the cut into the car you just talked about, can you tell the jurors, as the shots are being fired at the Charger, who's inside of it?
BJ, Jamari, and Red.
Okay. And as the shots are kind of ringing out and being fired towards the car, can you tell the jurors, do you see the Charger that BJ, Jamari, and the person you knew as Red were in? Does it stay there or does it move?
It stopped. The car stopped, and only 2 people got out.
Okay. And when you say it stopped, how far did it get from the area you described where you guys had parked?
I'm not really sure. I just know I seen the car after.
Okay.
When we was in the bushes and stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you saw the car after when you guys were in the bushes, do you see anybody get out of the car?
Only 2 people.
Okay. And do you, at the time the 2 people get out of the car, do you know who it is?
BJ and Red.
Okay. And
I didn't know at that time, but now I know.
Okay. So at that time you only knew 2 people got out of the car.
I never knew who they was though.
And you said you guys were in the bushes for a little while, and then you said your friend Miss Brazy, she led you through a cut. Yes.
Yes.
And how far, I guess, from the bushes, or how long does it take you to get from the bushes and through the cut to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay, was it a long walk?
I mean, I really can't remember like that. It's been so long.
Okay. And once you said, how did the car know, I guess, to where to pick you up?
I don't know. I was following her.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Lil Rod.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was it the same car that Little Rod had picked you up earlier that night from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got in the car, who was in it?
Just Lil Rod, me, and Tahir. That's it.
Okay. And where did you Lil Rod, Miss Brazy, and you, where did y'all go next?
They took me back to Blaylock House,
Okay.
and we was there. They left, locked me in the basement, and went back to the scene.
Okay. And you said they locked you in a basement. Why did they lock you in the basement?
I don't know.
Okay. How long were they?
I mean, I'll say like 30 minutes at the most because the mom came in, she was screaming and stuff. It's like she knew what was going on, and she locked me back inside the basement. After that,
Whose mom?
Blaylock.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, she was in a rage. She was looking for her son.
Okay. And did the time that you, I guess, are locked in the basement, did you have a phone?
Yes, I found like a little phone in there. I called my mom. I called her 2 times, but she never told me that no police was at her house right then. After that, I called my grandma. My grandma told me to call my mama back. I called my mama. My mama yelling and screaming, homicide at her door at this point. I tell my mom where I'm at. At this point, I'm scared. I really don't know what to do. I didn't tell them that I talked to my mom when they came back. They just kept telling me that we was going to the basketball court. They come back. I played like I ain't talked to nobody or nothing. We all get ready to go out the house. The police pull up. Everybody take out running except me.
Now, you said you found a phone in the basement to use. Did you have a phone that night? Your own phone?
No, I didn't have no phone. No.
Where was it?
I mean, I didn't have my particular phone on me. I don't even think I had a phone
Okay.
at that moment.
And when you got back to Valley's house, and before they leave you in the basement, is Valley and Little Rod, is there any conversation about what just happened?
Yeah, like they was getting calls from people. People was telling them about.
Speculation, hearsay.
Let me I'll ask a more direct question, okay? So, and I should ask you this first. So, when you guys get to Valley's house, is he already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you three go back, I guess you, Miss Brazy, and Lil Rod, you all go down to the basement. Is that where Valley is?
And let me just pause it for a second, guys. Her story is extremely hard to follow, but it's not her fault. It really is the way that the questions are being asked. You have to remember the jury is watching. If we are all confused about what's going on right now, I'm pretty sure that the jury's confused too. You know, we're talking about a shooting and then bushes and then a basement and a magical phone that appears from the basement. I don't know if the phone was already there. Was it a landline that was already in the house? Why is the mother locking her in the basement? I don't understand what's going on right now. But if we don't understand, then you know the jury is not paying attention, or not that they're not paying attention. They're probably confused too. So let's go back.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to ask you these direct questions. So what do you hear Little Rod and Valley discussing about what happened with the shooting?
I mean, I really don't know what to say because they keep saying objection every time I say something. So I really don't know.
All right, I get it.
You don't worry about what they say. Just stop, and then if he asks you another question, unless you hear objection again, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
Just tell me what Valley and Little Rod say. Don't tell me what anybody else said, okay?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I
Okay.
really don't know.
Do they say? Well, let me ask you this: are they talking about the shooting of the Charger?
Yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I mean, I just hear Blaylock saying, "Oh man, I ain't know that was him." This and the third.
Okay, and does Little Rod say anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and as they continue to talk, would you say they're kind of bragging about the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then how long, I guess you guys, let me back up. You said you're going, when they get back, you said you go to a basketball court?
We didn't never make it there.
Okay. And why didn't you ever make it there?
Because the police came.
Okay. And you said when the police came, everybody else ran?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go with the police
Yes.
anywhere from, I guess, the area where the basketball court is?
Yes, I went with them.
All right. And where do you go?
Down to homicide investigation.
Okay. And do you remember, do you speak with a Detective Hogan and a Detective Casey?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, I guess, are talking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, does your sister, I guess, come down to APD
Yes.
headquarters?
Yes, she did.
And when you first begin to talk with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, is it just you and the two of them in the room?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. And tell me this, when you initially start, I guess, answering the questions that the detectives have for you, can you tell the jury, are you honest? Do you tell them the truth about what happened that night?
I mean, at first I was kind of shook up. I kind of lied a couple of times, but when my sister came in there, I felt more comfortable and told the truth.
Okay. And do you, I guess, kind of tell them a series of stories and lies about what you knew happened with the shooting of Jamari? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you tell them several different stories or different lies as they're questioning you?
Because I was scared.
Response.
Self-serving what?
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
Could you ask me again?
So why don't you tell them the truth as they continue to ask you questions?
Because I was scared. I was feared. I never been in nothing like that. I don't even get in trouble. I don't even have a record. So,
What were you scared of?
I mean, life. Things go on.
Now, you said your sister, they let your sister eventually come in the room with you? Okay. And when she comes into the room, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why do you feel, or do you begin to tell them what you told the jury that you saw Bally and Lil Rod do to your friends inside the blue Charger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about your sister being in the room? I guess you feel more comfortable to tell the truth.
Yes.
What about her being in the room?
I mean, I felt more comfortable.
Okay. Why?
Because that's my sister. She was there with me.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the speaking with the detectives, are you able to give them like the Instagram names or usernames for Little Rod and Bally?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you look up Lil Rod's Instagram and give them pictures?
Yes.
Or show them pictures? Okay. Let's see. So I want to show you exhibits 23NN and 24NN. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Because that's Lil Rod.
Okay. And are those the photos of Little Rod that you showed and sent to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict or are copies of the photos that you showed and gave both Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 23 and 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy.
Those are admitted.
All right, so I want to publish those photos. Now, in State's Exhibit 23, is this how how Little Rod looked back in February of 2019?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
I'm not sure if that's how he looked, but that was a picture of him.
Okay. And is that the same with State's Exhibit 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in both of those photos, person you've described as Little Rod is holding a gun?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the guns that you see in either one of those photos, does it look similar to the gun that you saw Little Rod with on?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar what type of guns they had.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, we just talked about the guns. Can you describe to the jurors, do you remember telling the detectives or describing for the detectives the type of guns or the size of the guns that you saw that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember describing?
Sustained.
Well, during that interview on February 23rd of 2019, do you remember describing, the length of one of the guns that you saw Little Rod with?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't remember describing for Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod with a long gun?
I probably did. It's been so long. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not sure for real.
And do you remember specifically talking about the statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally saying after they got back to, or after y'all got to Bally's house? Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember telling the specific statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally talking about at Bally's house to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019 during that interview?
I don't remember.
So do you don't remember telling Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you heard Little Rod say, "We really just popped them N-words"? Do you remember?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Bally, you heard Bally say, "Hell yeah, one."
I'd ask for a limiting instruction. This is not going B2E. This is spilling beans. I would object. Anything used against Mr. Wood.
I don't know what the full thing is going to be.
I don't object to the limiting instruction we've been giving as it relates to any statements previously made by any previous co-defendants.
I don't think that was exactly his objection. Y'all come up to the bench real fast for me.
Okay. Quick bench conference. We're gonna skip
and
through that.
Defendant Ryan and what the court means. I just referenced.
Okay. I think they come back right here.
Okay, so I just referenced, sorry, are you ready? I just referenced statements by Blaylock and Defendant Ryan, and what the court means to say is that according to this witness, statements were made, the court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact made, whether they exist or not. Okay, obviously it's up for you to determine all of the evidence in the case. So, okay. Back with the witness. All right, go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Smith, we think we left off. Do you remember talking to and telling the detectives that you had then heard Bally, the person you called Bally or Blaylock, say, hell yeah, one of them N-words dead twin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 20, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. And do you recognize the photograph depicted in 20 NN?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that photo?
There was a little boy that was shot in the car.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the person you met that night is Jamari in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender what's remarked as State's Exhibit, what did I say, 20 NN? 20 NN, I'm sorry.
20 NN, it's admitted.
Now, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you set up BJ, Jamari, and Red to be shot that night?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Bally and Little Rod were going to come running out, shooting at the Charger with BJ, Jamari, and Red?
No.
And here's some clarification because you guys were asking about this, right? Just showing you the latest from Team Thugger Daily. Maybe not let you guys see my DMs, but here's what it is. Here's what they're saying. So the next witness is off camera as they are a relative of a victim. So she is not a victim herself. She's a relative of a victim in this February 2019 incident with Bernard Mitchell Jr. She is being referred to as M. Mitchell. Okay. Now coming over here, I just blew it up for you guys. Defendants Blaylock and Ryan, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, an object which, when often used offensively against a person, is likely to result in serious bodily injury against the person of Bernard Mitchell Jr., an associate of another gang, by shooting at, toward, and in the direction of Bernard Mitchell Jr. with said firearm in violation law pursuant. There's a law that he broke that statute, which is an act of racketeering activity and an overt act in furtherance of conspiracy. So I hope that clears it up. So she is a family member of a different victim. Okay, so I thought she was a victim herself, but they have clarified that for us. So I just wanted to make that correction for y'all. Let's go back in.
After all of this happened, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you fear for your life after this?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
Because my mama's house got shot up multiple times. I was working, I was receiving threats. People went to my sister's job. It was just a lot of stuff that happened. pertaining to this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness?
Me too, Destiny. I still think it's confusing testimony.
No, we need to go ahead and get moving on this, so it's time.
All right, Angela, up for cross.
Good afternoon. I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I represent Rodalius Ryan. And I'm going to talk to you about what you testified to at the trial in September 2021. Do you remember testifying?
I kind of don't.
You don't remember?
No,
Do you
I
know?
don't.
That's fine. Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right.
Another bench conference. It should be a quick one, y'all.
And start back again. I think we're going to. I think we're going to break here for the day and start back again at 9. So I'm going to excuse y'all with your same instructions as always.
This girl is funny. She said, wait, what? Means you can go home.
And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry to have to make you come back tomorrow, but we're going to need you back here at 9 tomorrow as well. I think it was just going to take too long to get through it all today. So sorry about that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your excuse. Yeah.
Listen, I know we're ending the day with can you read, but today was lit. I had fun. Did y'all? I had a great time today.
So the issue on the
Yeah.
floor had been Misty Williams' reference to a trial and how that needs to get handled. And I had asked at the bench, was the state intending to ultimately tender Mr. Ryan's conviction at trial for this murder? Because if that's the case, then they're going to know there was a trial. And otherwise, and if so, we need the limiting instructions still. And if not, then we need to figure out how we're going to refer to, if testimony is going to get used, how to refer to it.
Prior proceeding.
Right. And that would certainly work. So what's the state's intention with regard to whether you're introducing the conviction?
The state intends to do so, Your Honor, but I obviously wasn't going to mention it or do so until
Basically, yes, is the answer.
Yes.
All right, then we need the limiting instruction, and we're going to need that probably, before tomorrow. And yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I'm not trying to step over Miss D. Williams' case. From my perspective, I'm not sure under what legal theory the conviction would be entered. Mr. Ryan is, to my knowledge, unless he testifies, it wouldn't be for impeachment. The legal determination by another jury, I don't understand the relevance. I mean, this jury needs to make a decision, and this is listed as an overt act, to my understanding, in this indictment. So we're inviting the jury to know that a separate jury made a factual determination on one of the overt acts. And I view that as problematic.
Well, I think that, as to Mr. Ryan, that's evidence against him, and he's frankly already been confronted with it. The issue is with regard to anybody else.
Well, from my perspective, and I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, but why would we're hearing from witnesses in court.
I mean, I guess in the same way that some other co-defendants' guilty pleas have come in.
But those would be admissions. This is not an admission. This is just a determination by a separate jury, which I don't believe that's not evidence as I understand it.
What's the state's response?
So instead of just giving you a off-the-cuff answer, I'd like to do some.
All right, so we're going to have to arrive really early in the morning because these are some pretty critical issues that I have raised over and over with y'all, that we were going to have to deal with this when it came to Mr. Ryan's conviction. And I think Mr. Kendrick might have a plea or something as well. So I don't want to wait till first thing in the morning for them. But of course, that seems to be the way we do a lot of the things we do in this case, off the cuff.
Build it as you try it.
To get something to everybody as soon as possible, including potential limiters. All right, where are we on the Wooney Lee evidence? Since I assume he's going to get reached sooner rather than later this week as well, right?
Your Honor, I had sent out a document we received from the state, which had the compilation of everything they originally submitted that they wanted to offer into evidence with Mr. Wooney Lee. I think the state has possibly gone through and eliminated some pages, but they've not finished doing that as of earlier. So if they want to specify which pages, and we can raise our objections. It was a document I sent earlier, 31 pages.
So, Your Honor, I have, and he's going to be testifying in this trial. And so, unlike the Blaylock Instagram that we hashed out before putting up this act, the predicates for introducing his Instagram, for the most part, there is a couple that I do believe are co-conspirator statements. He's also testifying that they would be via impeachment in terms of the right predicate questions. And so when what this PDF that defense counsel and the state are working off of is items that the state had identified, I think back in August, or when we made the larger co-conspirator statement of party opponent Dropbox link that we shared with all counsel. And so that what I am doing is, as the state continues to do, looking at what the state had organized as potential either co-conspirator statements or items that would address in Instagram with this witness, the universe of items that need to be pre-litigated, so to speak, in terms of these are group threads, messages that he makes to other parties. So what me and Ms. Abbasi were doing was just, I was going through them, giving courts previous rulings and thinking through the efficiency of this witness and what the state wants to use. And so
Might we reach him tomorrow?
Come on.
we could reach him tomorrow, Your Honor. I think it's most likely to reach him Wednesday.
Okay.
But we could reach him tomorrow.
So then our lunch will be spent at least partly hashing out whatever y'all don't sort out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
And I do think one key thing with this witness is pre-hashing out. It's essentially what questions the state can ask is kind of predicated on these items, because the state, other than just a small few, can't introduce any of these Instagrams unless we ask the question. So, for example, some of these are firearms.
Mm-hmm.
If we asked this witness a question about, has he ever possessed firearms, ever sold firearms to other YSL members? I'm using hypotheticals for purposes of this. The court may let us ask one of those questions. He may agree. We can never get these in. The court and the state would not intend to ask him repetitive questions on that. And so I highlight that in terms of this evidence for him is just like, for example, if he said something contradictory on the stand, the state could use as impeachment purposes a wide range of items.
Right.
So I just highlight that for the court in terms of the efficacy of going through his specific Instagram before he testifies.
If y'all end up concluding that this is just kind of normal trial evidence, that if it comes in for impeachment because he needs to get impeached, then it comes in just like anything else, that's fine. If it's stuff that we're going to have to litigate other issues about, even if it does come in, then obviously I'll need that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So y'all need to be thinking about and working on that before lunchtime tomorrow.
I just need to know which ones the state actually
Well,
intends
y'all
on.
can get together on that. Okay, so witnesses, and I know we haven't gone through all of the Monday witnesses, but witnesses 3 and 4, you now intend to call both of those people or no? Or is that just still an either or? It was an either or before. You don't know?
Your Honor, it was an either or before. Depending on how these witnesses testify, the state may need to call both of them. And so out of an abundance of caution, they are both included there.
And then ADA Hiles, is he like taking the place of some other witness? 'Cause
Yes,
I
Your
didn't
Honor.
see him on this list before.
So, Your Honor, he testified in the initial trial specifically about
Mr. Ryan's trial?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so there's trial transcripts. He actually testified at the motion for new trial as well. And so when defense counsel and by defense counsel, I mean Ms. D. Williams, Ms. Abbasi, and myself, given the guardrails, so to speak, of his testimony is well lined out, he's essentially describing these Instagram records that both so that witness is replacing what initially on that list was going to be either investigator Viv Rita or Sprinkle for the Jamari Holmes murder.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just FYI for the media, it is okay to show that witness whenever he takes the stand. Hiles. All right. And can I also just ask, as long as we're talking about scheduling, I know y'all are going to circle back on your big order of proof and exhibits list to Mr. Arnold at some point, and y'all have indicated the date. Other than him, is there any other witness in the first 50 that the state still intends to call? Are we through with those acts and counts and what have you? How about if y'all just take a look at that tonight and let me know in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because it appears to me that we're through most of 1 through 50, like I said, other than Arnold, but they're, just let me know. Okay. All right. I think we need to be here at 8:30 in the morning. And that probably is, we're still, I mean, I'll see whether we end up starting at 9 or not. Hopefully we can, if y'all can get me things.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. See everybody at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys, that concludes the trial for the day. We will be back in the morning, likely on Lead's side. Again, I did the afternoon session solo because he needed some rest. You guys know what's going on with him. So I'm here to kind of help with that sort of thing on those type of days. But we had such a great time. Today was so lit. All right. Like I literally got a chance to have a dance party on my stream. I've always wanted to do that. And I'm going to hope that YouTube doesn't bug out, but they might. And if they did, it was worth it. It was really fun. It was really fun. I'm gonna come to my Cash App crew and also my Venmo crew as well. Thank you guys for all the support. I see Jeff here who gave out memberships a few minutes ago. If you received memberships from Jeff, please say thank you to Jeff. You know, tomorrow should be action packed. We just went through the witness list. It looks like we're gonna have 2 witnesses that were planned to be there tomorrow or today, continue on until tomorrow, one of which being an ADA. We still haven't found out if Ashley Merchant's client is good to go yet because she was in court today and I heard she had a pretty successful day. So huge shout out to Ashley. I'm still hoping to nail her down, guys. She wants to wait until her client has testified in this case before she comes on the channel. And I'm just so looking forward to that discussion with her. Yeah, we've got some pretty interesting witnesses tomorrow. So I think that we'll continue on the train of having some good trial testimony. Shout out to Haley, who sends me $25, asked a question on Venmo. She says, does severed mean they're out of the case? Kind of. What it means, Haley, is that they are no longer a part of the larger case. Severed means that they get to litigate their own crimes individually and fight their own cases. She goes on to say, I thought there were 10 or so who declined to plea earlier this summer. If not, if this case gets dropped, do those go away too? Also praying for Lead and so happy y'all, I'll be able to watch you guys. I hate non-court days. Thank you so much, Haley. And that's a little pro tip, guys. If you ever want to send me a long message, and we're on Lead side or my side, Venmo actually gives you a lot more character count. So shout out to Venmo. Thank you so much, Haley. Scrolling up. Shout out to Karen, who sends me $25. She says, AV, love you and Lead. Keep doing it. Thank you so much, Karen, and definitely will. Shout out to Lightning, who sends me $5, says, love you, AV. You brighten my work days. Man, you guys you spreading the love today. I love that. Thank you so much. Shout out to Terrence with the 5, says, for what do Bob Marley's wife got to do with this trial? I know, Terrence, you remember that? That did come up today. That was interesting. Thank you so much, T. Shout out to Anthony with the 10, says, I saw you in TLA on stream. The argument about the detective's testimony removed. I think you're trying to say that it was removed. That did happen this morning. The judge is not going to change her ruling on that. And then we went through a different expert that was a lot of fun to watch. Shout out to Liz with the $1, says, I was on an important call, looked over and seen you. She probably talking about when I was dancing. That was a lot of fun. A huge shout out to our stream sponsor who's staying anonymous. Shout out to Sally Sunshine. And she says, thank you for your hard work. She sends me $10. She says, I'm running behind the live by an hour or so, still working on grandbaby's dollhouse. So still screwing and gluing. LOL. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sally Sunshine. And good luck to you on finishing that dollhouse. Liz is back with the doll. She says, bopping your head with a hat on. I died. Oh my God. So I'm going to have somebody clip that and put it on Instagram because YouTube's probably going to try to take this stream down because of the music. But at the same time, I don't think Young Thug has like copyrights that are at least on YouTube that will get you right away. So I don't know. I mean, I could be good. You never ever know. You never ever know. That does it for my Cash App and Venmo squad. Let me come back up here. So many of you guys became memberships. Pam started with a membership. Chi-Town was gifting them. Shanta asked a question. She says, did the Supreme Court overturn the judge's ruling? I think I caught that one for you. Nene was in here. Latanya's in here. ZZXZZ's in here. A girl from Texas, 87, hit me with the 2. She says, hey, beautiful people. Shout out to Texas Sunshine, who became a new member. Kamala, like Pamela with a C. Cam. She drops a 5, says, never found out who let the dogs out. We're going to find Rico. I'm a game expert, seen the movies, listened to rap with CC on to know where the trailer park is. And she hits us with the slime emojis. Full Drink and Half Thinking gifted so many memberships today. Thank you again for doing that. Siri gifted a few as well. It looks like Siri gifted 2. D the Virgo has been a member for 2 months. She says, lock them out, AV. I did, but you guys are amazing with likes. We were probably locked out for like 10 minutes, but we opened the doors. You guys kicked them in. It was like, we're back. That was amazing. Thank you so much, D. Trucker T Brooklyn with the 5 says, part 2, get your popcorn ready. Good afternoon, AV, Blue Wrenches, and the community. Thank you so much, Trucker T. Hope you are having a good day out there on the roads. Michelle with the 20 says, hey girl, I missed my birthday. Happy birthday, Michelle. She says, I was sick Sunday, better now, and I'm going shopping tomorrow. Well, I hope you buy yourself an amazing birthday gift, or if someone else is taking you shopping, I hope you pick something out really nice for yourself. We all deserve to be treated, right? Happy birthday, Michelle. Shout out to Trucker T, who gifted 5 memberships on his way in. Thank you for doing that, Trucker T. Brother to this channel. Practitioner Her became a member. Lesh became a member. Practitioner Her also shared 10 memberships to grow our community. Thank you so much, Practitioner Her. D was in the building with a 5, says, can we see some evidence of RICO? Where did y'all hide it? We're looking for RICO. We're always looking for RICO. And the state is like, listen, we have RICO. And all of us are like,
Stop the cap.
we're looking for it as well. We're like, listen, this should have been an open and shut case if you guys had strong enough evidence. Thank you again, D. Shout out to Lily, who became a member. Welcome, Lily. Dutchie's mom stopped by with the 5, says, during cross-examination, I hope someone asks if the task force reviewed financial records, as no one has done that yet. You know, that is a good angle, Dutchie's mom, because it doesn't come up often. But a lot of times with criminal racketeering, a big part of it can lead to financials, like what money was used in the criminal organization. Did any money come from the streets, things of the like. So that is a good observation. Thank you, Dutchie's mom. The Brianna B with the 2 says, Mercedes manufacturers Maybach. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. This is around the time where Yak was standing on the car. We were like, did she just call it a Maybach? So interesting. Thank you so much, Brianna B. Chi-Town Carrie has been a member for 2 months, says, hey, AV mods and chat fam. Love to you all. And then she also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Carrie. Really appreciate you. Deonra's back with another 2, says Fulton County needs to do a cost analysis of this trial. I mean, it's got to be definitely over 7 figures. Definitely has to be over 7 figures. And it's so funny too, because I just did my taxes by the 15th. And yeah, your girl, Georgia, took their money. I'm not even there anymore. They took their money. They wanted my taxpayer dollars. So some of my bread went to this trial. But thank you so much, Deonra. Shout out to little Mike and Quez with the 5, says, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. Merchant just got called to the stand on the open records case. It is about to get interesting. It's on 11 Alive. I might look at it after and maybe do like a little review on it, because she's such a great lawyer. Ashley is awesome, and good for her if she won that matter today. Shout out to Mimi, who became a new member. DC, one of your stream sponsor, gifted you guys 50 memberships. She is amazing for that. The Golden Lounge has been a member for 2 months. Says it's been 2 months already. Love it here. Thank you so much. The Golden Lounge. Always great to see you here. Sir Nightwolf became a member. Welcome, Sir Nightwolf. Look, it was raining memberships. Full Drinking and Half Thinking gave out another 20. ZZXZZ gave out another 10. Dub Right Side added another 10. Miss Jazzy Jazz has been a member for a month, says let's go Thug. Shout out to King Leo, who says go AV Slime Love. I was getting it early. I had so much fun. This is probably the funnest stream I've ever had. Shout out to 907 Good Eats with the 2, says get it AV. We see you. This trial is a joke. I mean, why not? Right? Thank you so much. Good Eats. Shout out to Siri, who gave me a $3 super sticker. A girl from Texas joined in, and she gave out a membership too. The Little Gaming Channel was here, dropped a 10. He says they should be locked up just for making that inaudible, incoherent garbage. Y'all know TLGC does not play with his thoughts. He keeps it real. Thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. Full Drinking and Half Thinking with another 10 says, next pod, I'm going to object 403 on these crazy ladies acting mean. 87, mixed drama, Petty, Val, Daniels, they savages. I could do a 403 on a 304. Huh? What is happening? TT and Ari is my little sweeties, though. Yeah, look at that. You guys are all building community, getting to know each other in the chat as well. Gail with the 5 says, congratulations to Full Drinking and Half Thinking for hitting over 500 subs. Let's keep it going. Shout out to Trin. Congratulations, guys, for hitting over 500 subscribers. Huge milestone on a YouTuber's career. So huge, huge, huge. I think that's now what you need for monetization. You need that and a certain amount of watch hours. So they're on their way. They're doing it. Great job. Shout out to Priscilla, who became a member. Welcome. Shout out to Logan, who became a member. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Pope, 1000%, who's been a member for a month. Says pink jacket on stateside, so fine. Lord. Were you talking about pink jacket or orange jacket? Let us know, Pope. Let us know. Quay has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for doing that, Quay. Very, very nice. I think I'm saying your name right. Let me know if I'm not. Shout out to Stephanie, who became a new member as well. Little Gaming Channel with the 10 says, thank the Lord they're allowing me to be an old head. Thank you, God. Little Gaming Channel with the jokes today. Thank you so much. Miss Jazzy Jazz with the 5 says, my daughter just explained to me what lean was. Lean is a thing. It's very popular. I mean, I don't know what these kids are doing, but lean is a thing. Thank you, Miss Jazzy Jazz. Shout out to Buddy305 Love with the 10 says, just in case you lose the stream, I enjoyed that last video. I mean, I'm probably going to lose the stream, but I'm clipping it and putting it on Instagram immediately. Like, that was so fun. Thank you so much, Buddy305 Love. Michelle with the 10 says, mistrial has been proven to be the right thing to do, and this crooked DA, messy witnesses for prosecution, lies, tricks, and how many calls for mistrial where only one would be appropriate. 100% and totally agree. Thank you so much, Michelle. Miss L Boogie with the 5 says, this is a miscarriage of justice mistrial. Yeah, the witness today is pretty much, she almost did the same thing, if not about to be worse than what Detective Dennis did. So that was interesting. But the cross on that one was amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Hello, hello. Gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much for doing that. Hello, hello. Shout out to Scott with the 5 says, Jeff has never been convicted of a felony, but she said that was a way of life for him. She said she would have granted a mistrial for Yak if he wasn't a felon. That's a great observation, Scott. Really, really good observation there. Shout out to Donald, who gifted, or actually dropped a super sticker. Hope you're having a great day, Donald, and thank you so much for the super sticker. Kamala back with the 10 says, hypothetical. My name is Jammy, and I got a gun. My dad is a bad man, so I shot him. And now he's 6 feet under. Do I get to bring in Aerosmith and let Steven Tyler be my expert? That was a good one, Kamala. Sorry, Kamala. Thank you so much. Shout out to Cindy with the 10 said they better get this chick off the stand and never bring her back. She talks too much. She does. It's a lot of her personal thoughts. We saw that. Huge shout out to John, one of your stream sponsors, who gifted 5 memberships, then another 5. Lightning Flows became a member throughout that time. ZZXCC gifted some more memberships. I think they did 15. Shout out to Philly Diva, who became a member. Logan dropped a 5 and says, AV handed out a curative instruction to get her likes up. I did. I was trying to be nice about it. Shout out to Philly Fresh, who became a member as well, like the beard. Shout out to you, Phil. Shout out to We Ain't Got No Quit, who became a member as well. YB became a member. Ayla, we learned how to say your name today, Ayla. She became a member. Welcome, Ayla. Black Amazon became a member as well. Y'all just growing over here, growing our community. Mush is back with the 2, says, what expert uses the term for all I know? That's a good one. That is correct. Mush, that is correct. Cindy became a member. Mary is in here as well. Killer Boy, welcome to all 3 of you guys. Cynthia dropped a 5 and says, I'm over 50. I don't know a damn thing about rap other than Salt and Pepper, Curtis Blow, and the Sugar Hill Gang. Listen, it's just, it's your time, you know? I come from a different era where, you know, around this Young Thug time, that was like me in my 20s. So that's why I love this music. But like now, what's happening now, I'm always on YouTube. I ain't got time to listen to music like that. But I wish I did, you know? So everybody has an era which they've really connected with music. John became a new member after gifting all those memberships. Thank you again, John. Mina dropped a super sticker. Thank you so much, Mina. And then John dropped a a super chat here. And he says, I like his style. I think he was talking about the stand-in attorney for Weinstein today, Apt. He did a great job. So I like his style too, John. Totally agree. Shout out to Hannibal with the 5, says she's about to flip her wig. Yeah, that was interesting. Shout out to 7 Gram Swish with the 5, says he act just like Doug on the stand. Yeah, he's more aggressive with it. Like Doug's style is he always remains calm, but this attorney went in hot. And we like to see it. It kept us up. It kept us up, you know? So shout out to him and thank you so much, 7 Gram Swish. Shout out to Candy with the 20, says this is whack. This is whacked right here. This lady is a joke. I cannot believe this nonsense. Objection. That's right. Shout out to, and thank you again, Candy. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with another 2, says I love it. She can get a lobster meal. Thank you so much. Shout out to Moisel with the 2, says detective can't handle the smoke. Moisel, I think your name changed. Wasn't it Moontunk's key or something like that to prison or out of prison? It was so funny. Thank you so much, Moisel. Shout out to Mush with another 2, says did somebody order a slice of detective well done? Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. Thank you so much. Full Drinking Half Thinking with another 10, says damn mama be smooth. I got to get a lobster joint with the steak. Just relax. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Shout out to Green Eyes with another 5, says your neighborhood friendly mixed arm candy is back. Have I missed anything? Good. Is Hilton still dressing like a vampire in Brooklyn? She was not. She had a normal outfit on today. But I think this is the point in the day where Green Eyes had entered the chat. Shout out to Chi-Town Carrie with the 2, says she's going back to retirement today. That's right. Thank you so much. John, super generous, gifted 20 memberships. Antoine jumps in with $2, says compliments to the chef, witness cooked well done. That's right. We did see that. Shout out to Hannibal with the 5, says they didn't leave Max nothing but bone and grizzle. Yeah. There was a lot of cooking happening there. Thank you so much, Hannibal. Always good to see you on my side. Here it is. Moontuk's handcuff key became a member. Welcome, sis. You're going to love it here. Thank you so much. Love that name, by the way. Green Eyes with the 5, says, John, I thought AV was about to shout me out for coming back. John gives memberships. I give jokes. Creoles lives matter. Oh, okay. All right. We got some Creole stuff happening. All right. All right. Green Eyes. Good to know. Shout out to Jennifer, who's been a member for a month and says this witness is being eaten alive on cross. She really was. Like, that's a clippable moment of the day. Green Eyes back with another 5, says I'm eating Chinese food right now. And AV looks like she looked like one of my pot stickers with the soul glow Jerry curl. Love you, AV. You are so crazy. Green Eyes. Tammy with the 5 says, where's that little Mr. Brown? He hasn't been back since the judge told him he didn't know how to try a case, has he? Tammy, that is correct. We have not seen him. That was an embarrassing moment, but we have not seen him in a few days. Tammy, you're right. Good eye, Tammy. Good eye. Speaking of eyes, Green Eyes back with another 5, says, I'm not sure who that guy is, but the back of his head screams dirty cop. He's really giving me first 48 vibes, like he's about to set everyone up. Could be. Back again, Green Eyes with another 5 says she worked at McDonald's in Atlanta. That's all I need to know. She is lying. I bet she got fired for deep frying lettuce. I don't trust her. I'm so done with you. Shout out to Jazz with the 2. Jazz says prosecution's over there looking like Newton's cradle. That was a good one, Jazz. Siri with another 5 said, this is breaking my heart from a kid so confused, but this is the state's intention. Pull heartstrings and sympathy with the jury. Absolutely. Totally agree, Siri. Green Eyes back with another 10 says, let's be real. She says she saw shooting because her and her friend were hiding in the bushes in the middle of a field in Atlanta. And same night she got locked in a basement. Atlanta McDonald's life. I mean, her story was just so discombobulated. Shout out to You Ain't Got to Lie, Craig with the 2 says Little Rod looking for a model, looking like a model for Glock. Yeah, I mean, he was so young in those pictures. Green Eyes back with another 5 says, hold up, did Love really get kicked off the case? And that's why my bootleg Jerry Maguire asking questions. No, she was there this morning. I think she's handling a different matter, but sometimes she's in and out. Like she'll be there on some days and just stay there for like an hour and then go handle something else. I mean, she does have a pretty high up position in the DA's office. So it could be another matter. Maybe it's a plea deal. Maybe it's something else connected to this. Maybe she's prepping a witness like she should be doing. So you never know. So thank you so much, Green Eyes. Veronica, no comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you, Veronica. Very sweet of you. Diamond with the 20 says, this is the trial that never ends. It's going on and on, and my friend, it's going on and on, my friend. Some people started snitching, got a plea deal from Miss Love, and they recant their statements, not recall just because. This is the trial that never ends. I like the song, Diamond. Bars, Diamond. I love it. Thank you so much. Jeff gifted 10 memberships. Thanks again for doing that, Jeff. Siri gifted 1 membership as well as we're coming to a close. CEO dropped $2, says, why Atkins move like he's directing traffic? I mean, it's like air traffic control. It's like, judge, yes, judge, like this, we're trying to do this thing. It's like, which way are we going? Like, what are we doing? Like, he does have strange hand movements. So thank you so much, CEO, and great observation. Shout out to Kamala with the 2 says, will Love show her face when Ashley Merchant is there? I want to see the mean mugging. They're looking at each other across the room, the objections, because Ashley will be behind Miss Love if Miss Love is the one that's going to be questioning her client. But Ashley will likely be in the gallery area, kind of where people sit. That's where most attorneys have been sitting when their witness is on the stand, and they're really there for support. Ashley is prepping her client and she's getting him ready because we're not doing this moontung, plea deal nonsense. So thank you so much for that one. Shout out to Destiny with the 5 says, if music can incriminate an artist and bring charges onto a case, do chants and fraternities and sororities not taunt other Greeks? I'm just asking, Destiny, that's a good observation. But you're also correct. These are the comparisons. And that attorney that was cooking today, he had brought that up when he was talking about movies. It was actually a really, really good observation. And then looking at that, I'm looking at our poll and we're almost done. You guys did a great job. It looks like Brian Steele's coming in at 46% as far as performance today. Attorney Apt, he got very close to Brian. You guys have him at 40% today, and Sharp in with 14%. So thank you guys for voting in our poll. All right, guys, that just about does it for me. I am going to head on out of here. This room gets very hot under these lights. I had to put the air on earlier, bust out the fan because it was that warm in here. But I hope you guys have an amazing evening. We're going to be on lead side for now. If anything changes, I usually tap in around 10 o'clock if I end up doing it on my side. Thank you all for your patience with our shuffling today, but we needed to make sure we took care of Brother Lead. Y'all have a great one. We're going to talk soon, and I will see y'all in the morning. Have a good one. Stay safe out there. Bye.